dear friends. Welcome to the panel. You see on your in your notebooks and on the screen clearly stated titles and affiliations of our distinguished panelists, so I will not repeat them. Maybe you could ask what is Postimees under my name. This is the Estonia's biggest media corporation where I am in charge of Russian language desk. So there's a newspaper and the news portal governed by me. I would like to start this panel with a general question about the East and the West. Of course, panelists can also state their basic understandings of the topic of reconciliation and why it is so fragile and hard. But my question would be, to introduce this, how can we analyze the basic differences between reconciliation processes from the East and from the West side of the former Berlin Wall? Is it a good methodology actually to think about this that way or not? And I would like to start with Professor Bloxham, online.
Well, firstly, thank you very much indeed for having me here virtually, as it were. I wish I could be with you in person. We've just finished finishing exam marking season here at Edinburgh, so I couldn't travel, but it's wonderful to be virtually with you, and I really appreciate the invitation from everybody. So, well, these are huge questions and I can't pretend to have any particular insight into various dynamics. I suppose I'd just point out things that I imagine some of you will have already touched upon in the conference so far. When we're talking about Western versus Eastern Europe, of course, there are a number of different reconciliation processes involved, and obviously at the moment, in the context of the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, some of those are some of these questions are absolutely heightened, and Russia and the Ukraine, of course, is clearly a question that's internal in some sense to the eastern side of the Iron Curtain, but there are obviously other issues which are not, as it were, within one former bloc as opposed to another former bloc, but across the borders of the bloc, and Germany itself, East versus West Germany with the Berlin Wall, would be a prime example of something that crosses those blocs. And then I know you talked about German and Polish relations earlier in the conference, and that will be also something that crosses those two blocs as well. So there are a number of different ramifications, whether you're dealing with reconciliation processes or their opposite at the moment within one of those former, let's call it geopolitical and geoeconomic spaces, or across the boundaries of them. And we were asked, I think, in this section particularly to reflect upon the geopolitical and cultural context. Now, I think sometimes those will overlap fairly precisely. Sometimes those geopolitical and cultural contexts won't necessarily overlap significantly at all. Clearly, the Cold War was really important for certain elements of intra-Western European unity, or reconciliation at least, between the Federal Republic of Germany and France, as part, principally as a result of, and not just Federal Republic of Germany and France, but Federal Republic of Germany and lots of other parts of Western and Northern Europe that were either at war with or under occupation by Nazi Germany. Cold War was clearly very important in a kind of, let's call it, negative integration, providing a kind of common opponent to the East. But there were also more positive elements of integration, especially but not only on the economic grounds and later on the political grounds. A very good question is to what extent, others will know much more about this than I do, to what extent the economic drove the political, or vice versa. Clearly there's some kind of co-informing process there. If we look to analogous processes elsewhere in the world at the time, during the Cold War, we could again point to the obvious significance of the geopolitical context, not the cultural context, in this case, in, say, relations between South Korea and Japan, in the way that from the early to mid-1960s, there is a very significant normalization of relations between South Korea and Japan that is overwhelmingly driven by the Cold War context on one hand, and relatedly, the imperatives of South Korean industrialization on the other hand. Japanese excess capital and South Korean need for capital and expertise become a really important element in the normalization of Japanese-South Korean relations. And that's obviously a very significant element of South Korea's industrialization and modernization. And perhaps later on its democratization. It doesn't mean that necessarily there's been as much reconciliation on the political and cultural front as one might have thought. What's happened there is that clearly for a long time the economic and geostrategic ties there really just took on greater significance than the political issues of, say, the status of the Japanese apology politics, the status of the Takashima or Tokto Islands, reparations questions. Those are still there and significant in South Korean and Japanese relations. It's just that the economic side took greater significance, and in some sense has held things together almost despite the political disagreements. So that it seems to me that, that when you're dealing with, I mean, the situation in the Ukraine, which I think we'll talk about later on, is clearly one of those situations where regional geopolitics and also Russian cultural claims about, Ukraine as being somehow a little brother of Russia are also really important to one side. Geopolitics are obviously very important to both sides in different ways. The cultural claims play out very differently depending on which country is involved, because clearly most of the Ukraine doesn't share that impression of the cultural context at all. So I would say, the aftermath of the Cold War, some of the way in which the Cold War, post-Cold War questions were not clearly sort of dealt with as Eastern Europe was decommunized, are really, really significant. I don't want to pour too much content into these generalizations because it will vary immensely from national case to national case. And I think I've probably spoken enough just for the time being.
Thank you. Well, let's go from the left to the right.
Thank you very much. The question is essentially asking, is there a difference between East and West? And of course, there is no such thing as East or West, because there's no approach to reconciliation in the East which is the same, and there's no approach to reconciliation in the West that is the same. And I think the way that we should understand this is the nature of each aspect or approach towards reconciliation. So if we look at the post-Soviet era and lustration, what do we do with public sector? What do we do with those who propped up the regime? There was a massive variety across Eastern Europe in how you dealt with the problems of those who had propped up the Soviet or communist regimes. If you come to Spain, they locked the books on the past in terms of the Civil War. It was just airbrushed. We don't deal with that. And then, of course, the place that I know better, Northern Ireland. So in this jurisdiction in Ireland, there were clearly killings that took place in this jurisdiction, and the government is doing nothing to seek those who were not committed or convicted of those crimes. 40 miles up the road, you have, in Northern Ireland, a whole body of investigations and reactions which are about the past. So I think the one thing that's really important is to understand is that reconciliation is actually a concept. Sometimes it can be very flawed. It can be very flawed, I think, based upon, in some instances, reconciliation is actually about truth friction. It's about creating other frictions. So you're responsible, we're innocent. It's about also creating a fiction. We did nothing wrong. You don't understand the context of what we do. So I think a lot of these conversations will actually be really helped if we understood the way in which what really frames reconciliation is power within a society. Who's in charge? In some cases, you literally put the fox in charge of the chicken house. In the case of Northern Ireland, the government that is driving reconciliation, the British government, were culpable in the conflict. Members of our assembly, Sinn Féin, unionists, were culpable in the conflict, and these are the people who are driving reconciliation. So it seems to me that's really important is that we understand that when we put people in charge of reconciliation, it's what they're going to insinuate and what they're going to interpret, which is really critically important. And of course, within that then is a reality of most reconciliation projects. They're completely and utterly contradictory and obscure. They don't really get to the grips with what issues are, because those in power design what reconciliation means. So if you take the example of Northern Ireland, just very quickly, when I did research in 1999, the year after the Good Friday Agreement, when we had this end of the conflict, 45% of people believed that the other side were victims. When we did that survey 6 weeks ago, 88% of people believe the other side are victims. So in the process of our peace process, more people recognize the other community as victims. So we could call that a reconciliation. Okay? If you look at the politics of our conflict in Northern Ireland, you would see completely the opposite to reconciliation. So I think one of the ways to answer all of these questions is about concepts, power. Reconciliation can happen, the example I've just given. Twice as many people believe the other side were victims. That's a massive shift in society. But if you put on the radio or the TV or listen to the debates, you would think that that had never been achieved. So there's actually a question here about reconciliation for who? Is it reconciliation for the state and the combatants? Or is it reconciliation for society? And I think in most cases, east or west, society can move on much more quickly than the instruments and the structures of the processes that are supposed to build reconciliation.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Now, I could actually ask you, do you want me to talk about, because I come from the former Yugoslavia, so I could actually ask you, do you want me to talk about the 1940s or the 1990s? Because we didn't really sort out any one of those things. Now, because Yugoslavia was, former Yugoslavia under Tito was somewhat of an island, you know, during the Cold War. You know, the narrative in the 40s was really about anti-fascist struggle. The victims were the victims of a Nazi or fascist occupier. There was no place, for instance, for the Holocaust in the narrative of former Yugoslavia. I've only came to learn about the Holocaust and the fate of the Yugoslav Jews in the early 90s. Because once again, and I'm a product of a Yugoslav educational system, and I don't think I've ever heard of the Holocaust before 1993, 1994, because it was all about brotherhood and unity. It was all about fighting a Nazi occupier. It was about the common front. There was really no place for this internecine war that actually took place at the same time that it was concurrent with the Nazi occupation of the former Yugoslavia. And I believe that, you know, when you look at what happened in the 90s and when you look at least some of the causes, you could say that part of the reason that the conflict was as violent was that whether people like it or not, the past was somehow kept alive all this time. All these, 45 years from 1945 to 1990, the past was still very much alive, even though the regime, even though the state itself really wanted to sanctify this one particular narrative, and it wasn't really open to challenges. And only now are we actually capable of researching the history of what happened in the former Yugoslavia in the 1940s. Now, when it comes to the 1990s, apologize. When it comes to the 1990s, we didn't even start there, and yes, I agree with you that whatever reconciliation process is, and wherever whatever is taking place, it's highly contextual. But there's a number of things that I believe need to be in common to this process. One, and I don't know if this might sound as a provocation, but perhaps that's because I intended to be a provocation, is one, somebody needs to lose a war. There has to be somebody who has been defeated. And as a result of that, more willing than they usually would have been to sit at the table. Or somebody needs to be at least perceived as a loser of a particular war. And number two, there's the issue of responsibility. and how that responsibility is accepted, how it's, how can I say, what are the consequences, what are the ramifications of accepting this responsibility, is also another point that I believe may be in common to all different reconciliation processes. And yeah, I'll stop here because, yeah, I'll just stop here and then let's keep this going on. You know, I'll try and develop some of these points later on.
Okay, thank you very much. I can really agree with many of the things that you said. So, what I want to get into this discussion is a point that where I'm coming from in this issue. So I mostly do research in interethnic relations, in minority rights regimes, and in many cases in comparative perspective. And what was missing, I think, in a way, although in this discussion that is reconciliation is who are the actors in this process. So in many cases, even in the case where I come from in Romanian, Hungarian perspective, people were talking about that there are two actors, there are Romanians and Hungarians, or Romania or Hungary in this issue. And I think this might be a difference between the East and West, although in the Irish case, I think it's more complicated, but that in many of these cases, there are actually three actors. So basically, you have the two states, and you have a minority there, which is an actor on its own, basically. And I think that through this, we can connect to the Ukrainian case as well, or more exactly to the Russian case, where you have an imperial power doing things, and you have Russian minorities in a lot of countries which are totally different. And this generates all the time newer and newer conflicts and problems. But on the other hand, I think that I wouldn't do this differentiation between East and West, because we should talk more about concepts, or what kind of concepts there are that we can describe the situations, because as both of you mentioned, that all of the processes are contextual, in a way different, because there is not a model that one fits for all, although many of the Eastern European or Central Eastern European countries were looking for models from the West. So basically, I remember that in the 90s that the reconciliation process between Germany and France was an idealistic model for Romania and Hungary, but it didn't fit. The actors probably didn't think that it would fit either, but it was good for the discourse. And I think what the question is that can or cannot the different actors develop a common narrative on that issue. So you don't necessarily need to lose a war to have a reconciliation process, because between Romania and Hungary, there was no, I mean, since the First World War, there was no direct conflict, and in many cases, the society looks like a post-conflict society without conflict, even in nowadays. So, because interethnic marriage, level of interethnic is very low. There is little dialogue between the communities themselves, not the political elites. I can talk about this, where it gets, but I think in another round. And the other concept, what I was thinking about is security, but not in the physical sense. So in many cases, many actors believe that the reconciliation process should stop when physical security ends. So, for example, Mr. Meleshkanu in the first panel mentioned that when the bilateral treaty was signed between Romania and Hungary, that was the end of reconciliation in a way, but reconciliation is a process. It needs to go further, and it's about dialogue and common narratives. And I think that the question of ontological security might be an interesting idea for this, because a state or an actor can be threatened if its great narrative about identity is threatened in a way. And in many of these cases, basically this is happening, that actors have different ideas about how that construction should look like, and they are threatened, these narratives are threatened by the other side. And I think I stop here.
If I may just pick up on one of the points that, or more than one of the points that Tibor made here. One, I would actually kind of like to concur that yes, it always comes down to who tells the story and what that story is, and let's face that and because that story goes to the heart of who we are, to the heart of our identity, to the heart of the issue of ontological security. But the other thing is that, and I firmly believe in this, that for any of these processes to be successful, they have to be top-down processes. I respect grassroots initiatives. I respect what you would call everyday, ordinary contact between ordinary people. I have a deep understanding of that. I live in a post-genocide environment where both survivors and the victims have to deal with one another on a daily basis. I mean, it's essentially, your lawnmower gets broken and there's only one guy who can fix it. So you don't actually ask who he is. But mass atrocity, violence are more often than not top-down processes. We could go into the societal support and the participation, but they're top-down processes. Let's face it. And I also believe that if we look at reconciliation as a sort of a reverse process, then they also have to be top-down. Sorry, that's
Shortly.
Let me say something very quickly. So context is important here. So in the context of Northern Ireland, what actually has been successful is bottom-up. Okay. And the reason for that is storytelling, and in particular the money that came from Europe in the peace packages. So when I was a kid, I grew up in an Ulster Protestant pro-British community, and the length of this auditorium was the other community, Catholic Irish nationalist. Okay, they may as well have been in Poland. Okay, as we all know, those of us who come from segregated societies. But what worked very well in Northern Ireland was the money that was put into the oral history of the conflict. And so what you had then was that space, that social distance, was narrowed dramatically. So in my community, 99% of the violence that I experienced came from the IRA, came from Republicans. Across the road, 99% of the violence they experienced came from the British state and loyalists. So even though we were in the same space, we actually lived in different security, violence ecosystems. I didn't know anybody who lived the other side. They didn't know me, very rarely, okay? Now, why did the oral history thing work? Because you actually brought those two ecosystems together. And what is the commonality in ecosystems? When my son, husband, friend was killed, I cried. So did I. So you had women in my community whose husbands were police officers who were saying, every morning when we drove the kids to school, we had to check under the car for a bomb. I could never hang my husband's uniform out on the line, on the washing line, because then we would be targeted. Okay? The woman on the other side would say, my son was taken to Castlereagh by the police and tortured. My son was lifted for something and put in prison for something he didn't do. So that whole process of bottom-up is why you go from 44% of people believe the other side are victims to 88% of people believing the other side is victims, because you had a transformatory, socially led, harm-sharing, empathy-based perspective. Where it didn't work and doesn't work in Northern Ireland is the top-down perspective, because those who are in charge are actually trying to create a friction and a fiction about the past. They're trying to control the past. So the empathy, it doesn't really, we're not counting heads here. No need for justice, because justice becomes selective. So in Northern Ireland, basically the law is very simple. You'll go to prison for 2 years if you are now convicted for something that happened in the conflict. Nobody has ever walked into a police station and said, I want to clear my mind. But on the bottom, on the ground initiatives, people clear their minds. People give up truth and experience. So obviously these things are all important, But the fundamental problem of a top-down, justice-led approach is it's riddled with power, it's riddled with an attempt to control the narrative, and it's riddled by ways in which you deny the actual possibilities of reconciliation, which is the healing of society, not the healing, not what you get from a top-down process in Northern Ireland is completely the antithesis of what you get from the ground upwards.
Thank you. During this conference, I have spotted that we were talking quite a lot from the perspective of a victim. It's absolutely fine. It's reasonable. But of course, there is a perception of a former superpower or aggressor. And sometimes the aggressor is also starting to feel himself a bit of a victim. There's a kind of complicated psychological mechanism inside the processes that are going inside a former aggressor or a superpower. A provocative question, of course. How much should the victim allow a former superpower or aggressor to remain such so the core of the identity of a former superpower could remain and could help him maybe to overcome the basic political and social internal issues that actually cause the aggression. So for me, for example, it's coming from a country which were occupied for 50 years, and the predecessor of that country, Russia, didn't change at all. I could say that I cannot give any right to that country to be as you was. You must change. But I think that there could be different opinions, how much the victim must give a former aggressor a chance to still have part of that old identity. Please, who would like to comment? Yeah.
Go ahead, Donald.
Donald? You can speak.
Thank you. I'm not 100% sure that I understood exactly, but as far as I'm aware, this is a kind of ethical question which is interspersed, where ethics meets kind of realpolitik, right? Where we might have let's say a great power or a former great power or a diminished power that is aggressive, defensive, that projects victimization onto itself, even when it is in fact a perpetrator. And to what extent those other countries who may previously have been other peoples or other countries that may previously have been victimized by that power, or maybe currently being victimized by that power, are in some sense supposed to allow that power to act out according to its own hang-ups, projections, neuroses. That's broadly the question, right? And I mean, it's very difficult here because, of course, one ends up kind of ontologizing states and their mentalities in a way which may or may not be legitimate. But clearly, at the ethical level, is one question. At the level of kind of what's actually going to happen in the world, that's a very different question. I mean, ethically, there's no reason at all. Victims need to, the perpetrators can demand anything of their victims, and no reason why victims should give anything to their perpetrators. But that's a separate question to the question of what's actually going to happen in the world of great power politics. And at that level, I mean, I think understanding what we might call the subjective elements of projection, of aggressive defense, of the sense that so many states have, from Nazi Germany through to Russia in the present day, of being somehow victimized and need to reassert themselves. This is a fairly constant factor in state international aggression. It's not always a factor. Some powers very consciously act aggressively in order to consolidate the hegemony that they recognize they have, and that's a slightly different mentality. But understanding these factors is part of any causal explanation of why great powers, say, might act. But of course, it's not any kind of moral justification or apology for it. But in some sense, it's a very difficult question to answer because we're dealing with two such different levels of analysis: the ethical versus the kind of real realpolitik. And one area where this might touch on the conversation we previously had about elites and so on, ideology. There's nothing that delegitimates an ideology and therefore might prepare the ground for reconciliation. There's nothing that delegitimates an ideology quite so much as military defeat. The military defeat of Nazi Germany is probably the major factor in the delegitimation of Nazism and ideology in Germany. I mean, it's a major case, but those are factors that take place in the realms of great power politics, where sometimes ethics has almost no role. But yeah, I can't really delve into this further than to say that we must be careful to bear in mind both the normative and the real political dimensions, but sometimes they're, trying to sort of weigh one up against another, maybe to do two incommensurable things in discussions like this. I mean, obviously my normative position is clear, but in terms of how those norms come to bear in international conflict, that's a very different question. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
I think the whole concept of victim, of course, is contested. And it involves, a process of social construction, which also includes historical processes. You said the 40s, and then you jump 50 years later to the 90s. And of course, the whole process of the question of victim is about that social construction and the harms that a community or a society or a people have sustained, which are replayed through repeats of claim. So I remember once being in Iraq, and I don't mean this in a humorous way, but the argument started off about Saddam, Sunnis, Shias, Kurds, Turks, the Ottoman Empire, the British, the French. We actually ended up going back to the Roman Empire. Okay? So what you actually were expressing is that there are, events are not contemporary. Events are historical. So if I went up to Belfast, it would be 1187, 1641, 1690, 1707, 1798. Those things are active processes. And I think we need to understand that what's in the psyche of the aggressor may be things that we as sophisticated academics and community workers would find trivial. I don't care about those dates I've just listed off about the history of Ireland because I live in 2021. Okay, these things can't do anything. But for other people, these are strongly embedded in their cultural understanding of who they are. So therefore, so I remember actually one time somebody saying about Lithuania, which doesn't seem to me to be a global power or a country that's really going to threaten anybody, but somebody who was a Russian going on about the Lithuanian Empire. So these things do come back, and they are social memories, and they are about the whole concept of why we have conflict and why we have difficulty solving conflict is the binary between self and other. It's the categorization of people into self, which means there has to be another, which then allows you to perpetuate the myths that justify violence, justify harming people, but also justify you not engaging truly in reconciliation.
Okay, before I start, I have to, for the reasons of intellectual honesty here, I'm going to try and offer an explanation that's not mine, and I have to say that most of what I say about this is based on a fantastic book that I read recently. That's probably the single most important book on mass atrocities since Raphael Lemkin's Axis to Rule in Europe, and it's Dirk Moses's The Problems of Genocide, Language of Transgression, and Permanent Security. And I think that we very often overlook this idea that states strive for permanent security, for security in the future, forever. And there are two elements of permanent security that might address what you're asking. One is its preemptive character, and the second is political paranoia on which it is based. And if you look at how and why Russia could actually consider itself a victim or righteous in this particular context, then it's the notion of permanent security that explains that, because it's the notion of permanent security that can explain why why killing children? Because you kill children only because you see them as future soldiers. You kill women because women will give birth to either future soldiers or more women who will give birth to future soldiers. You kill elderly because elderly, men and women provide us advice and insight. You kill men, obviously, because they are of military age. And once again, I'm a little bit of a fan of Dirk's, and I'm not saying that it's a panacea that he can answer all the questions related to that. But I think that in this particular case, when it comes to Russia, I think that the notion of states striving for permanent security, for the kind of security that and I think there's a. How can I say? If you go back to World War II, and he also uses that in the book, and to the trial of Otto Ohlendorf, the commander of one of the Einsatzgruppen in Eastern Europe, and what he said in his trial, it's actually sort of that's where this notion comes from. When asked why killing Jewish children, he explained that precisely this, that they were striving for permanent security, and I think that we see somewhat of this rationale in what Russia, that's Russian rationale for being in Ukraine right now, that they're striving, striving for permanent security, and they're doing that from a position of fear, from a position of paranoia. They're acting preemptively, and as I said, within this, we're all, how can I say, within this notion, everyone is a possible target, women, children, men, boys, and so on. So I don't know if I really answered your question, but I just sort of wanted to put this out there, because I think what we underestimate very often is this particular idea of states that to be forever and permanently secured, and that's where, among other things, treatment of minorities may often come from. And the wish to remove minorities, perceiving minorities as a threat, moving them or forcibly transferring them from one side of the border to the other side of the border. It's all, once again, in my opinion, based on it's all motivated by the idea of permanent security.
Okay, if I understood the question correctly, that should the sides in a process accept victimhood discourse of great power,
it's one part. Another part, okay. There are some this imperial sentiments that could be not harmful anymore because the society changed. Should the victim accept some of them? I think it's sometimes between Ireland and Great Britain, it's still a topic.
Okay, I think I will try to answer the question in more than one level. So one level is that we are in 2022 now. If we were in 2006, let's say, before Russia attacked Georgia, then I think we could have a discussion about this issue, that how to talk about the fears of a former or great power. But I think after 2008, when the victimhood discourse, in a way, in ER was used in order to start a new process of taking back territories, then I think this discussion cannot, it's not worth to take it, I think. So basically, on another level, that usually reconciliation processes are hardened by competitive victimhood. So in many cases, you have competitive ideas of victimhood in who is the victim exactly in one conflict or another. And I think this happened everywhere, and this is what needs to be overcome. But I don't think that in this case this is the situation. Probably if we meet in 20 years from now in a better situation, that it would be okay. And another thing that I was thinking, based on what you were saying about the Northern Ireland case, is that it's very important that how these actors relate to each other, and I think this So if there is a symmetry between the actors, or the actors are on the same level in a way, then probably a grassroots level of reconciliation can happen. But if the actors are in a clear asymmetric relationship, so one is in power and the other is not, then reconciliation must come top-down and must come from those who are in power, because those are the ones instrumentalizing conflict as well, I think. So all the time the actor who's in power will be able to control where that process is going. And I think what is, from my point of view, coming from Romania, where it's clear asymmetry between the communities, is that in Northern Ireland there is a symmetry. So none of the actors are in, or both of the actors, I don't know, are in power, how should I put it? And then in this way, the community can detach from what happens on an elite level. But in the other cases, this is always reified the borders. As a minority, you are threatened in many cases, and it's very hard to make the first step, because in these cases, the first step would be to to change your own narrative, which could be a problem in this issue. And I think, to get back to your question, I think that would be, in order to accept or to discuss this issue about Russia's, not Russians, but Russia's, or the imperial ideas of Russia as a victim, then this needs to be changed in a way. How Russia perceives itself in this current situation, I think. And it's very hard, I think, for all Russians because of this to talk about these issues.
But we also forget the West is an aggressor. Iraq arming Israel, the way in which the economic system is run, how that system is producing refugees because we're taking away their livelihood. So global warming, which the West is a major contributor to that. So I'm not, of course, what Russia has done is appalling and wrong, but we seem to sometimes have this idea, I'm not saying the West is the same as Russia, but we sometimes have this idea that somehow the West is blameless and democratic and accountable, when it clearly isn't. And I think that, the point is that if we fascinate ourselves so much in this Russian aggression, then we forget about Western forms of aggression. They're more subtle. They're probably, they're probably less ideological. There's probably less attempt to ideologically justify them. Okay, they're probably less nationalistic. But I think if we look at the post-war history of Vietnam, how many universities have links with Saudi Arabia, which is presently committing abuses in the Yemen. So there is a thing about when we moralize that we maybe look a little bit more at our own states and our own societies, and how they're contributing to global instability, and how they're contributing to many of the issues that societies face.
I would ask. Yes, I just would like to add. Yes.
Sorry to intercede. I mean, I echo absolutely what's just been said about the West. I also think, in reference to the previous discussion about Russia and paranoia and insecurities, there's also, and thinking about elites here, there is, as it were, the kind of let's call it a subjective paranoia or victim complex. But then there's also the way in which that can be instrumentalized by elites. That general cultural discourse of victimhood or loss and projection can be thoroughly instrumentalized by elites for their own narrower purposes. I mean, one looks, for instance, at the destabilization of, what's the word? The massive impact of, let's call it basically neoliberal economic reform on the shrinkage of the Russian economy post the Soviet Union. And but the current elite around Putin are the winners of that process. There's a huge amount of Russian society that are losers of that process. And in some sense, these projections in foreign policy and let's call it anti-Westernism are actually one way of that elite, which is a winner of that process, which was terrible for Russian society and economy, kind of connecting with the losers, and making a quite cynical pact. Classically using foreign policy, for instance, as a way of kind of distracting from domestic woes, which is one of the the great traditions of foreign policy in many countries, Britain included. And so there's, clearly there are these, subjective paranoias from which I think polity is and let's call it security concerns. And it's a very powerful idea, from which no polity is exempt. But then there are also people who can manipulate and instrumentalize those, goes back to the role, which I think is quite widely been identified, of elites as kind of prime troublemakers in stirring up animosities. Former Yugoslavia and its disintegration in the 1990s is a good example of a significantly elite-driven process of social schism, where latent memories, or there's a sort of cultural pool of memories, which may not be particularly significant at any time, but then can be dipped into and heavily instrumentalized by elites for their own kind of often very narrow purposes of holding on to power or building up a constituency or whatever it might be. Similar in Rwanda in 1994, the role of a kind of narrow elite that was a beneficiary of the particular nature of the post-colonial Rwandan political economy, stirring up anti-Tutsi sentiment, partly as a way of holding onto its own power, at a time where Rwanda was undergoing a democratizing process under significant economic pressure as well, but being thoroughly sort of narrow and instrumental in that sense, about how to hold on to our own elite power at a time of political fragmentation, is to try and project the internal tensions within Rwandan political societies that kind of partly cross-cut ethnic borders into a kind of, massive creation of the Tutsi other. So, as well as, I suppose, as the subjective things, we also need to think about the instrumentalization of those subjective paranoias and so on by elites. Sorry.
Thanks. To give our discussion a bit more dynamics, I would actually like to take a couple of questions now. Maybe we have them, and maybe we can offer a microphone too. From my side to the left, I see one hand, and there on the last row too. And the third will be also. If you want to address a specific speaker, please name him. If now everybody who would like to answer will answer.
We can hear, but not via the microphone.
Is it functioning?
Right, okay, can you hear me now? Yeah, I suppose I have a lot to say. I'll try and be really quick. And it's addressed to everybody, really. I'm going to start off with the differences between East and West and everywhere. Conflict is conflict is conflict. It's the same mechanisms world round. I'm a theatre of witness participant, so Peter, I completely believe in the power of the true narrative to affect change. Never more so than yesterday when I got to share my story at Glencree. And the young woman, Al, I hope you don't mind, to my right, a young Muslim woman from Dublin, got to share her story. She's also a visual artist. But her first words to me, and we are worlds apart, her first words to me were, "I can relate to you." So she shared her story, and the similarities between our stories, even though we are worlds apart as people, were unbelievable. So as a victim and survivor of the 6 counties, but also a former perpetrator, I do believe in the power of the true narrative, but also the power of the arts and the fact that in a safe space, everybody's story has the right to be heard. And I have a 2-part question. I'm going to start with a small quote, and that quote is, "The arts heal the wounds of politics." So my 2-part question is, how important are the arts in conflict resolution? My second part of that, Peter, you might understand this, is can the arts be that bridge in the gap that is permanently there between bottom-up and top-down resolutions to all conflicts? Thank you.
Thank you. And let's keep those answers short so we can take more questions.
Well, the arts can, of course, with the projects that we've run and others have run, anything which is about communication between people who have been adversaries or people who've been victims of each other's behaviour, politics, voting, whatever else, it clearly is very it liberates people because it's that sense of ownership. You share and then you own, and I think that's not trite. I think that's a human, it's how we all resolve conflict in our own families, with our children, etc. You share the problem, you debate that through. But what's really important, I think, is that the people who are trying to control in the context of what you call the 6 counties, I would call Northern Ireland, the people who are trying to control the narrative of the Troubles would think the likes of things that you and I do are trivial, because it has to be about justice. The rhetorical fluff that I've heard this so much in this conference, justice has to be seen, justice has to be applied. Justice is a site of power. Justice is a site of oppression, it's a site of manipulation. Justice is not some perfect thing that helps you deliver reconciliation. If anything, justice can create a volume and a heat that actually creates a proxy conflict, as in the state don't open their files. The IRA won't tell us the truth. Whoever that group is, the Serbs don't tell us the truth. The Croats don't tell us the truth. So justice itself becomes another site of contestation, whereas what the question is asking us is somehow rhetorical, because we know the answer. It's actually that closing the social gap that is reconciliation, whereas there's very few examples you can show me of a justice system which does anything more. It was a South African speaker on the first day. This wasn't examined, this wasn't looked at, this wasn't engaged with. Okay? So that's the fundamental problem. And if we do believe in transitional justice, one of the things that I think is critically important, there has to be a time that it has to stop. Inquiries, investigations, it has to stop, because you're just dragging generations and generations and generations through a proxy conflict. So, short answer, social space closing, yes. Top-down, state-led, combat-influenced processes, no, because they actually are not sites of reconciliation. They're sites of challenge, they're sites of self and other, and they're sites of using the faux notion of justice when justice cannot be obtained. In Northern Ireland, we have spent billions of pounds, and I think less than 10 people have gone to prison post-1998. Why are we doing that? So I just want to know the last thing. In the last survey we did in our society, everybody, 80% of respondents said they wanted the truth. Less than half of them believed that anybody would tell the truth. So why have we got a process about truth finding when people know that people aren't going to tell the truth? Because truth means reputational damage. And it's those things that drive the power of us not having reconciliation.
Sorry, I initially, in part, answer your question, in part address some of the remarks by Professor Shirlow here. I can only talk about art in the context of memorialization, and I will tell you that, from the point of view of a survivor of a mass atrocity, I realize that there will come a point when we're all gone, and that there will only be art to speak for us when we're gone, whether literature, whether film, whether music, and or any other form of art. So yes, it can be very, very powerful, and that's at least to the extent that we've been doing at the Srebrenica Memorial Center over the last 2.5, 3 years. Now, once again, we're going to go back to our sort of context-rich understanding of reconciliation. Where I come from, and for any transitional justice process to be successful, it had to be based on robust criminal prosecution of perpetrators, of war criminals. And we go back to two things. One is what Tibor mentioned, the issue of symmetry or asymmetry, but there's also the issue of scale there. You cannot, in places like Rwanda, in places like Bosnia, you cannot forego punishing perpetrators. We're talking about crimes against humanity here. We're talking about genocide. There has to be some form of reckoning. Now, how long the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia punished only the most serious violations of international humanitarian law. The national judiciaries in the former Yugoslavia are dealing with, if I can put it that way, lower level, mid-level, lower level perpetrators. And in my understanding and my experience, this criminal prosecution makes a lot of difference because there's a number of other processes that hang. Now, in terms of narrative, in terms of what we learned from the conflict, I completely agree with you in the sense that, and I would personally prefer telescoping this judicial narrative in favor of a richer historical narrative. But there's a number of other processes that depend on criminal prosecution, if that's what you mean by justice, which is search for the missing, is one of the most important ones. And in my experience, people tend to talk more liberally about locations of mass graves when faced with a determined prosecutor threatening them with a long-term sentence. And a lot of what happens later in terms of reconciliation depends on the ability of people to close at least some of those wounds. You know, you find your loved one and bury them and know where they are. So once again, very context dependent. And I'm talking about, you know, possibly tens or even hundreds of thousands of people looking for someone, you know, for their loved ones who are missing. So in that regard, I believe that we need to make this criminal prosecution, and I don't use the word justice, we need to make criminal prosecution of atrocities an elemental part of whatever we consider a reconciliation process. Once again, depending on the context, depending on the history, and that's where we need elites. That's where we need people in power, because they need to make these decisions. They need to make decisions about, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to hand over this guy to the ICTY, or we're not going to hand over this guy to the ICTY, and so on. So anyway, I just wanted to, and thank you for your question, Anne.
Just one short idea to add to follow what you said. And as far as I remember, for example, in Bosnia, it was a critical issue to have officially accepted numbers of how many people died in the conflict, and this cannot be done from the bottom up. And I think what can reconcile the two ideas is that how the trust in those institutions that actually do these issues from the top down. If there is no trust from all communities, then I totally agree, it's not worth it. So, but on the other hand, to answer your question, that in order for bottom-up reconciliation to work, I think there need to be somehow the framework should be ready for that, where people talk about this, how they talk about this, because if these are only grassroots levels, then there are very local issues, I think. Although I don't come from a society that actually experienced this kind of trauma as the Irish case or as in Bosnia, but I believe that if there are those forums are not ready, then it's very hard to do, because then it will be local and isolated, in my opinion.
And there's your answer to your first question, the difference between the East and the West. You've got two East Europeans underlining the role of the state in these processes, and you've got people from Western Europe saying we don't need the state. So there's a certain sanctification of the state on this part.
That's an interesting point, actually.
It might be that in 10 years we will argue the other part.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll evolve. Yes.
Donald, do you want also to comment on that question? Okay, let's take one more from there. Okay.
Hi, good morning. My question is for Professor Peter Shirlow. So you opened your talk highlighting a mismatch between the divisiveness of political discourse in Northern Ireland and what you're observing of social reconciliation processes on the ground, which I think is fantastic to hear that more and more people are willing to recognize the opposing side as victims. And my question is, what do you think that this mismatch between what we would say is the top-down and the bottom-up what are the effects for the stability of the peace process in the long term? And my question comes from a place where I think that despite of we're highlighting differences between top-down and bottom-up approaches, I think that they both coexist and interact constantly, right, in society. And in the long term, they both kind of like create the culture of society with implications for the stability of peace processes. So I would like for you to perhaps say something about it. Thank you.
Well, one of the problems clearly is the makeup of our assembly, and the politicians who are elected to that, and clearly they never voice the successes of reconciliation. So in Northern Ireland, for example, since 2005, sectarian crime has declined by 65%. You'll never hear an MLA, one of our members of our assembly, you'll never hear them say that. You'll never hear them say the work that's being done in Derry. You'll never hear them articulating the peace process that there is on the ground, because they play to sections of their electorate who are completely and utterly tied to the hope that you will get revenge over the other side. So that then wraps them up in hypocrisy. So they disappeared, much smaller scale than your society, much, much smaller. So whenever they set up the provisions to find the bodies of the disappeared, all of whom have been killed by Republicans, any information that was provided was placed under immunity. So none of the information that allowed us to discover the bodies of the disappeared can ever be used in a prosecution. When we put together the Stormont House Agreement, what was going to happen there was families could go to a retrieval body, and the IRA, UDA, UVF, British State would provide evidence that could not be used in any court case. Every single party in Northern Ireland, despite signing up to that, is against immunity, even though they actually engage in immunity. So it's a highly hypocritical process in which you don't name and you don't engage in anything which would in any way challenge the very carefully crafted understanding of who you are today. So actually subverting proper reconciliation processes at the institutional level is critically important, especially for Sinn Féin, especially for republicanism, because it has crafted an image. It's now doing well in the Republic electorally. Okay, this is not an anti-Sinn Féin thing, but clearly for them, what would be massively destabilising would be a proper process in which people are reminded of the violence of the 60s and the 70s and 80s. A younger generation simply don't know what happened in the 70s and 80s. Similarly for unionism, the whole construction of the state pre-1970s that led to conflict. So you basically, this is the reason why I don't like the top, so this is the context, why I don't like the top-down thing, because all of that is about managing reputation and not allowing information to seep through into the public discourse as they manufacture an understanding of the past. But at the same time, they sign up to immunity when it suits them. And at the same time, the first point I made, I've never heard in that assembly anybody standing up and pointing out we live in a much better society. We live in a much more secure society. We live in a much safer society. There's a growth in marriages and relationships across the sectarian divide. So that's the top-down thing, is actually unimagining reconciliation, hope and progress. Whereas at the sort of work that you're doing and others are doing is the whole imagination of how you reconcile, because the thing is, people aren't different. They've bills to pay, they've kids to raise, they experienced conflict, they experienced harm. Everybody's mother or father waited for them at night to come home from the pub, worrying that they weren't going to come home from the pub, etc. And it's that social, phenomenological context which has actually driven the peace process. And at the elite level, they have basically driven the car of reconciliation with their foot on the brake.
Thanks. In this question session, the last one, and the next one was there on the last row, a gentleman. I think who was lady or a gentleman first? Decide by yourself. I'm not sure.
Very short question. Okay, thank you. I believe that Professor Shirlow's analysis of the situation in Northern Ireland is quite correct. I believe that the roads of reconciliation, particularly in Belfast, are on the predominantly Catholic, Roman Catholic Falls Road and predominantly Protestant Newtonards Road, apart from a little chapel, a little Polish chapel on the Newtonards Road. It's predominantly Protestant, where the agreement is called the Belfast Agreement, where language differs. But I believe that we haven't moved towards conflict resolution. We still have so-called peace walls dividing communities, Roman Catholics on one side, Protestants on the other. The political parties in the Assembly are only interested in the main, particularly the Sinn Féin party, in a Catholic head count, where there will be more Catholics than Protestants, so the vote will be on their side. The problem is, in East Belfast, where I work with a particular school, all the young kids are Protestant. They've never met a Roman Catholic from the west side of the city. Never. Apart from maybe a few kids who play for Glentoran Football Club in the academy, where they share shared space. So this is the problem. It's a segregation of schooling, the so-called wall separating the community. And my question is, therefore, leads on to the question, could Peter please comment on the rise of the Alliance Party and that significance that's getting away from that purely sectarian headcount? Thanks.
Well, I'll be very quick. Well, one in our recent elections a few weeks ago in Northern Ireland, the centre ground party called the Alliance Party doubled its number of seats. So we have 90 seats in the Assembly, and they ended up with 18. They went from 9 seats to 18 seats. So they're a non-constitutional party. But what is interesting is they historically got a vote from a sort of a liberal Protestant unionist community, and now they're getting their votes. So people who voted Sinn Féin or people who voted SDLP gave them a preference in our system. So there's this thing that's starting to arise. So it's that thing that, as you've pointed out in your question, you have the contradiction of one part of our society, which is healing, and healing very rapidly. And then we have other parts of our society where there are walls and divisions. But you know the reason why we don't have why we have religious education is because of the power that lies within that religious education. You know, and the fact is, you know, it goes back to the point about why at the bottom you see these initiatives where people share and engage and work together, and at the top you keep all of the instruments and the structures in place that separate people. We know everybody here is from a society where people are kept separate. That builds self and other, which is exactly the arena in which you need to build conflict, because the question you've asked is, the kid who's a Protestant will have myths about the Catholic, and the Catholic will have myths about them, and without any social contact, you can't break down those myths.
I would like now to a bit shift the conversation and talk about, we'll take a couple of questions after too, because we don't have a lot of time, but I would like to address a really important, I think, topic. We're talking about past mainly, because there is the experience of reconciliation, but we are in a position of awaiting, hopefully, for a new global reconciliation. I mean the war between Russia and the Ukraine, but actually between Russia and the West, let's be honest, in a way. We are not engaged physically, but we arm Ukraine, we supply Ukraine, the wider West, we give all to Ukraine. So basically, there is a huge war between the West as a collective organism and by territory, the biggest country on the earth. Even nevertheless, it's much weaker than the West and so on. And the trauma that everybody is experiencing, especially, of course, Ukrainian people, but many, many others too, especially those countries that are bordering with Russia and bordering with Ukraine and receiving a lot of refugees. This is a really, really, it's the topic of 21st century in the meaning of reconciliation. I'm not sure will that reconciliation actually take place. And of course, with that kind of social, political regime that exists in Russia, I don't think that we must talk about any reconciliation at the moment, because it's just ethically, practically not good. But time will pass, generation will change. Hopefully, Russia will also change. The problem with Russia, it's too big, it will not disappear, it will be all the time there. More than 130 million people living. I know that it's not your field of expertise, I absolutely know that. But still, what would you, using your knowledge and your observation of the situation, prognose about the future possible reconciliation between Russia and Ukraine? It's the most important, but there will be also between Russia and the West too.
I will start, I think. I don't have an answer for this, but what I was thinking while you were describing or putting a question is that on one hand, I don't think that we can answer this question at this point, but what can we learn from the past? Because we need to a little bit to look back at this, and I'm talking about this global reconciliation of how you said that in basically I think that it would need to be avoided to have models that are exported in a way to other countries. And I think in one of the panels yesterday, they talked about this issue as well, because in the 1990s, when the Soviet Union collapsed, that it was clear that the Western model was to democratize, to have a free market society, to have rule of law and stuff like that. But Eastern European countries didn't really, I mean, the models that they tried to implement, on one hand, they didn't work as such and created other problems. So basically, if any reconciliation will happen, I'm not talking about specifically the Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, but on a global level, I think this would be an important lesson to not to force models on those sides that are on the losing end of this, of a conflict. Because in my opinion, I don't see where this conflict will go, or this war will go. I don't want to use the word conflict in this war will go, how this war will end. So, and then we can talk about, it's very important, who will be on the losing side, because this, I mean, both sides are losing something, but how this war will stop, who will lose this war. So, and then we can talk about these issues, what will happen next. But so in my, this is where I can get with this question.
Yeah, okay. To be honest, I'd actually like to start from something that Professor Bloxham mentioned earlier, which is that nothing discredits an ideology as much as a military defeat. And what we're dealing with in case of Russia and a Russian attack on Ukraine is a cynical elite instrumentalizing a particular set or a particular set of values or a particular worldview in order to, you know, either secure permanent security for Russia or remain in power or, you know, whatever their motives are. You know, I believe we live in a world of consequences. So let's deal with the consequences rather than the causes. The consequences are that Ukrainian women and children and men are being killed and are shedding blood for peace in Europe. And to be honest, I spoke with some of my Polish friends yesterday here. Had it not been for the bravery of Ukrainian soldiers, and had Ukraine fallen easily as Putin had hoped for, there would have been a war in the Balkans. In December last year and January this year, I was sure that we were going towards another, at least, bout of violence, and for some sort of regional rearrangement, reconstruction of the existing regional arrangement. So, when it comes to this, in the same way as Professor Shirlow pointed out, in the same way that we, let me put it this way. When we talk about colonization today in the world, we talk about, English and British and French and whatever, Western colonization, but we often overlook Russian colonization of a space that, not only in Eastern and Central Europe, but, the Caucasus, the entire Far East of Russia. And I don't believe that Russia is as stable a state as many other people believe. I think it's a lot more fragile. Although I'm not an expert, I'm not claiming any big truths here, but I do not believe that Russia is as much a stable state as is often believed, and I think that's one of the ways that this can go. But whatever way it goes, there first needs to be a defeat of Russia, and not only military. There needs to be a complete discreditation. There needs to be a complete political and ideological discreditation of the ruling, whatever you want to call them, clique or regime.
Yeah. There is one thing that has, I think, probably been reconciled in Ukraine, which, and of course, I think it's very important. I'm pretty confident what I hear in the BBC is the truth of what's happening there, but there may be other perspectives and other information that we don't get. So I think we always need to be careful. But one of the things that does seem to have happened is lots of Russian speakers in Ukraine have become Ukrainians. So it's had the impact of, despite this terrible violence and the shock of this violence, that it has made some people more thoughtful about their identity as well as that. But I think we also have to be very careful because we don't know, are the war crimes just in one direction, etc. And I think we have to realise, that once the West blocked Russian media, I'm not saying the Russian media was true, or I would have believed it, but that in itself is an aggressive act. And it does take away, we say we're a free democratic country, but then we take away a media source.
The problem is that
it may well be, but
media.
But all media is propaganda. Some of it's benign propaganda.
BBC is that so?
Well,
propaganda.
Propaganda of the state. Don't smoke cigarettes, clean your teeth. It's propaganda. It's a good propaganda. But we have this Western value about freedom of information, and one of the first things we had was the closing down of freedom of information. Now that might be a protective thing. It might be the right thing. But I'm just saying it's understanding that these conflicts are much more complex. But I think one of the things, the first point I made, I think is important, is that it has given the Ukrainian state and nation an identity that it didn't have, and that will create a different dynamic within that region. And I assume the same as people in Poland are feeling more Polish, people in Lithuania are feeling more Lithuanian, people in Estonia are feeling more Estonian. So in many ways, it's had that impact, and I think that's one of the things we should understand as an outcome of this geopolitical instability.
Okay, Donald.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very good question, and not one to which I really can claim have any insight. Well, I will lay out a few possible scenarios. I mean, everything I think very much hinges upon, let's call it the arrangement of forces at the end of this conflict, at the end of this invasion and war, which, I could hazard predictions. I'm not going to say which way I think it's going to go, but there are certain ways it could go. And I don't think there should, when we talk about reconciliation, who are we talking about? If we're already framing this as a war between Russia and the West, well, I can imagine certain forms of reconciliation in inverted commas between Russia and the West, which leave Ukraine out in the cold, depending on how the war goes. Because of the significance of Russian energy resources and because of the sheer geopolitical significance of Russia, economically not hugely important, very important as a supplier of certain raw materials and obviously a nuclear power. And, a member of the Permanent UN Security Council, there are lots of reasons why the West, which let's face it, for reasons that have already been said, has a distinctly morally checkered record itself, there's no kind of given reason that Ukraine won't be hung out to dry by the West as a way of kind of just putting the conflict behind them in a way which might invoke language of reconciliation, but might invoke just the time-honored measure of kind of rather cynically just ignoring what's gone on in the past, depending on how successful the Russian military action is. I mean, one thinks of all of the many conflicts throughout history. How many of them have ended up with sort of proper reconciliation processes in the way that we've been talking about? How many of the, let's say the colonial wars of Britain have ended up with Britain sort of really going in and trying to sort of establish some kind of formal reconciliation process, or how many of them have just relied upon the sort of balance of pure power and kind of some economic interests after the fact to kind of re-establish some form of relationships and just hope that the past buries itself. I'm not optimistic about any of what I see as the most likely outcomes of this conflict, and and I think we also clearly Putin himself is not physically in a good way, but I wouldn't necessarily think his personal demise, whenever that happens, will necessarily end Putinism. And when the Russian, we're asked to reflect upon what happens when Putin's regime is finished. Well, it depends. Does Putin's demise signify the end of Putinism? Will we see varieties of it? Will we see other regimes that come in that share a similar amount of the ideology, even though they may make it indicate a sort of temporary elite break? I just don't know. But I would think there's very definite scope for a fairly cynical kind of, at some point in the distance, Western Russian kind of realpolitik, kind of economically driven, interest-driven kind of rapprochement, in which reconciliation, in the sense we mean it, doesn't really happen. But that's only one scenario amongst many. For my money, it's probably the most likely, because I'm very cynical about it.
Thank you. From my side, I would like just to add a couple of comments. The first thing is, of course, like Ukraine must win the war, and then we can talk about any kind of reconciliation, and the Russian regime must kind of stop existing in a way. But also, I feel that there will be a need for reconciliation between Ukraine and its allies, because if we think about those half a year before the aggression, where we had consistently warnings from United States, from Great Britain, that it could happen, we have data. How many states actually acted to prevent physically? How many states given direct help? I remember that a couple of days before the aggression, many embassies, ambassadors got the order to leave Kiev. And did we do everything as a West, as a powerful part of the world, to prevent, to give more weapons, to keep Russia out? I'm not sure that we did. And that will be asked by Ukrainians after the war, and we will be also answering to that. And hopefully the West will also acknowledge that, just in a symbolical way, I'm not telling that this will for sure happen like that, but symbolically, if we will not have some kind of Nuremberg, for example, in Mariupol, if it will not happen at all, I mean, no trial for people who are in Russia doing this, that will be falling apart of the idea of the reconciliation, actually, of the giving justice, of having order, of all of the what we created basically after the Second World War. So I think it's really crucial. And the third thing, I am ethnically Russian. I was born in Estonia. I am bilingual. Estonia is my home. It's easy for me. I don't have any connections with Russia as a state. But I feel that now there's two Russian nations actually in the world. The first one that is anti-war and that is leaving Russia or trying to strike back the regime from inside, and it's really hard to do. Those are people who possibly could not be blamed, but there are other part that is supporting this, and that is to be minimum immoral way to blame. And those are millions of people. And that will be a hard part of the whole issue.
Sergei, if I may just maybe develop or underline one of the points that Donald made here about the possible outcomes of this war. And I think this is something that we should realistically keep an eye out for. There is a very realistic possibility that sooner or later, at one point, negotiators from the West will come to Ukraine, will come to Ukrainian president, and use the fact that Ukraine is being attacked, that Ukrainian people are being subject to crimes against humanity at the very least, as a bargaining chip and as a way of convincing him to end the war with, to end, a scenario of the kind that we've seen at the end of the dissolution of Yugoslavia. And that's something that we should, we should all keep that in mind. Let's not, Western political elites are as cynical as any political elites in the world. So and for various reasons, that the Donald here listed, this remains a very realistic possibility, and it is cynical. The fact that your people and your state and your country are being destroyed, being used against you, being used as a way to convince you to give up. And that brings me to my concluding point. If you're surprised, if anyone is surprised by what's going on in Ukraine, then they've completely missed on the dissolution of Yugoslavia. They completely missed out on that, and they've completely missed out on the dynamic that this kind of conflict. We had different kinds. They're different. I mean, one was a small, multinational communist empire falling apart, as opposed to an attempt to restore some form of empire. But the dynamics, the actors, the playbook, they remain very much similar. And I believe that the external actors will start will catch up and will start acting in pretty much the same way that Donald pointed out and that I, pretentiously sort of wanted to develop here.
I would like to connect some of the ideas that you were saying on one hand about nationalism and the consequences. So I think I agree with you that we need to talk about the consequences of, and not first and then to talk about other things. But what we didn't talk about that basically Russia in this conflict in a way used Russian minorities in Ukraine in order to perceive its own goals. And basically they were the ones creating the Ukrainian nation. So I totally agree with you. However, this does not affect only Ukraine and Russia, because as you mentioned that probably Estonians feel more Estonian, Latvians feel more Latvian, Poles feel more Polish, Romanians feel more Romanian. However, those minorities who live there probably will not feel more, Russians in Estonia will not feel more Estonian, or Hungarians in Romania will not feel more Romanian. They want to remain somehow Hungarian, want to remain Russian, but not necessarily in Russians that, as you said, connected to Russia. So I think that a very big danger in this issue that we have some processes that started in Central and Eastern Europe, and that could be jeopardized because these processes are very fragile. So societies were way lacking behind reconciliation, or in some cases they're even not even started this process. But what I see happening that majorities in bordering countries start to have some ideas about how the nation should look like and how minorities should fit in this context, which is 100% not what minorities think about these issues. And this is my final remark, that it's clearly that after COVID and with the war going on, there is securitization happening. We are starting to used to get securitization because of COVID, so nobody asks questions about human rights anymore. And then we have this situation when it starts to become normal you don't have these issues, and this is very dangerous where we are going. And I think this is very important, although it's not reconciliation 100%, but I think that states or head of states, and that's why I was talking about elites a lot, should be very careful and very thoughtful about how they instrumentalize this conflict in these neighboring states, because there is no projection where could these issues go. So,
since we're now running slowly, or actually run out of time already, Peter, Donald, would you like to add something to this? No? Can we take one more question? Is it okay, Rafał? Okay. Question here? We can get so many questions. Okay, so let's stop. Let's take a question really fast and some. We can collect them too, of course.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, and thank you for all the panelists and contributors. The question really relates to something Dr. Emir Suljagić said in relation to reconciliation. The responsibility is needed as a precondition for reconciliation. But how do we encourage reconciliation for a side that refuses to acknowledge any type of responsibility? As Professor Shirlow mentioned, some of the historical events that might seem trivial in our minds because they happened so far ago in the history are deeply embedded in the minds of the aggressors. But how do we encourage this reconciliation, responsibility as a condition of reconciliation, of moving forward and getting dialogue and so on? So that's very briefly a question to, I think, all of you. Thank you.
Okay, let's collect from here too. Let's see, is a package from here, and as long as I know we can, kind of get 3 minutes additional time, if we can do it fast.
Here, Paul, and yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your panel here. That was very interesting, and I would like to ask a million questions, as many would.
Afterwards.
Yeah, we're not doing this. There's one thing that Emir here pointed out that I find very important. The West is in danger of sacrificing Ukraine and Ukrainian interests, I think, because there's a huge chunk in the East already gone. What will we do to achieve peace there? And the Russians will play on that. And my question is there anything we can recommend before reconciliation can take place, because this will take a long time? What can we do now for the West to be united in that we stand at Ukrainian side, just to keep on going? Because it's not about war or non-war. This is about defending long-term interests in the heart of Europe, I feel. And so the discussion may have been wrong all along, arms or heavy arms or no arms. I think really, is there very briefly a point of view what can the West do to stand united and, keep a cool head and be strong?
Unfortunately, we cannot take any more questions. Let's short reactions and then we wrap up and finish. Any short reactions?
I mean, the West can keep cool, Paul. That's the best they can do now. Just keep cool, not fall for the trickery, and make choices that are about its long-term security and long-term future. Focus on its long-term future, long-term security, long-term energy security. And there isn't really an answer to your question. To be honest, it's a very open-ended question. But yeah, that's the only thing that can be done. Think about the future generation rather than the next mandate. And that's the problem with democracies. Democracies have real difficulties making and taking these long-term decisions. It's a lot easier for dictatorships. And in terms of what my friend from Glen Cree and from Bosnia asked here, really there's no replacement for military defeat in terms of acceptance of responsibility. On June 7th, Sergei Lavrov is going to land in Belgrade. And Serbia is the only European country where Sergei Lavrov or anyone from the Russian regime is welcome. And what the EU is going to do is, rather than tell Serbia, okay, take it or leave it, it will continue to pander to Serbia, and it will continue to offer Serbia concessions in Kosovo and in Bosnia only if Serbia would turn to the West. So, as simple as that. The West has missed the opportunity, and we are where we are. Thank you.
Professor Shirlow needed to go to an interview. He was not bored. He just needed to leave. Sorry for that. Organizers would like to give a couple of more additional minutes, please, for a question. We don't hear you. Okay, really fast, because other panelists need to go too, so we cannot extend it anymore. If you can answer, it's a problem with the microphone. You can take mine.
There's a bunch of microphones here.
Okay, here I am. So my question is about the role of international justice in reconciliation. Starting from the Bosnian War, even the significant work of International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia that has gathered a huge amount of testimonials, evidence, historical evidence, and has established historical facts and the responsibility for crimes. Perpetrators still deny that crimes, even a crime like a genocide. And so I would like to know how the international justice can in some way impact with the government. And maybe I think that no one is going to judge Putin for his crimes against humanity now.
Okay, let me try and answer that. And I do have some expertise when it comes to the ICTY. I've spent years working there. That was one moment in history, and we were very lucky. And even so, ICTY was a replacement for taking action to actually prevent what was going on in the former Yugoslavia. Now, yes, I agree with you. A number of people, but what you have to keep in mind about everything that we've established as part of this, as part of the judicial record of the ICTY, is that it came about as a result of a judicial process. And judicial process is focused on sending people, on establishing individual criminal responsibility and sending people away for their criminal responsibility. It's not about establishing history. And we should not make the mistake of taking judicial record for historical record. I think historical record is far richer. And let me just illustrate this. The number of people who testified, let's say about Srebrenica at the ICTY, is no more than 100. And no more than 100 because it's the 100 people whose testimony could actually send someone to prison. And the Srebrenica Memorial alone, over the last 2 years, we did, I believe, we recorded some 500 oral histories, according to a very specific methodology, and so on and so forth, because that's history, that's part of our history, even though these oral history, these testimonies cannot send anyone to prison. And I think we need to keep this division very clear. And I would always prefer telescoping this judicial record in favor of a historical, richer record and narrative. And as far as the final bit of your question is concerned, as I said, it was one moment in history. ICC is the court for poor blacks for Africa. No white man is going to stand accused in the dock of that court. I mean, mark my words.
Now, since we're absolutely all out of time, well, actually, it was just like I really enjoyed this discussion. Thank you for answering all those questions and for giving your perspectives. And have luck with the coffee.
Okay, we will now have a 15-minute break and we'll meet here for the last panel at noon. So a 15-minute coffee break at the lobby. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. We just wait for a couple of people to settle down and come into their seats. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Hi. You're very welcome to the last panel discussion of the ENRS conference, Reconciliation, a Long and Winding Path. My name is Valerie Bistany. I'm the director of the Irish Writers' Centre. And I'd like to welcome Vulture to everyone here, and also to introduce our panelists, which I will give their biographies later on, but just to tell you who they are. Almudena Cruz Yabar, Joanna Fitzpatrick, Carolina Gill, Audrey Witty, and Dariusz Karłowicz. They are our panel today. Thank you. Great. And today our panel discussion is on the role of culture, arts and sports in reconciliation. So really, before we kick off, I just want to explore that question. What do we mean by reconciliation in culture, arts and sports? Are we talking about it at an individual level, where one can see the humanity of the other and the other sometimes being the enemy? Or are we talking about intergroup reconciliation, which Ruhana talks about as transformation of the power relationships between the two parties with constitutional and institutional means? And then secondly, how do we separate arts and sports from culture? Because surely culture is everything, isn't it? And yet arts and sports do have special properties. They have soft power and ways of connecting people through the engagement of the mind and the body in challenging and interesting ways. And culture is enhanced by arts and sports. They are the vehicles, if you like, through which we express our identity and our traditions and our ways of thinking about the world. So really, for today's discussion, the format for today will be that we're going to examine what reconciliation looks like. So each of the panelists will give a short presentation talking about their work in respect of reconciliation. And then we will go on to unpack the questions amongst ourselves about arts and sports in the first instance, and then we'll go to a wider discussion about culture, and then we will invite you in for questions. So if that sounds okay, I'm going to start by inviting Almudena Cruz Yabar to the podium. I know that you want to go to the podium. Almudena is a state curator responsible for cultural affairs related to democratic memory in the Ministry of Presidency, relations with Parliament and democratic memory of Spain. Laws relating to the legacy of the Francoist regime and the Civil War have been contested in Spain since the transition to democracy in 1975. And with a draft of the democratic memory law currently facing opposition from right-wing parties, this is the context of Almudena's work, cultural work on democratic memory. She's a member of various advisory cultural groups, including the EU Cultural Heritage and integrated approaches to Europe's dissonant heritage. And previously, Almudena worked at the Reina Sofia Museum of Contemporary Art and later at the Prado Museum in the Law Department, both in Madrid. She has a law degree and an MA and doctorate in art history and is associate professor in history of art at Complutense University in Madrid. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much, Valerie, for your presentation. I'm going to, as she was saying, I'm working in different fields, so I will jump from one to another. I hope it's interesting for you. The first example I'm bringing you, it doesn't have to be with reconciliation, or maybe it has, but right now it isn't. This is the Tesoro de los Quimbaya, the treasure of the Quimbaya. This is a treasure we have in the American Museum in Madrid. It was a present from the Colombian government in 1929. And now we have it, and it's like really valuable for Colombia. And the government is trying now to get it back. And so the big debate we have, since you know Spain has like a rich past, so the first debate for us is what to do with this kind of art manifestations. Like, of course, like France has the same problem, Belgium, but we have it also with America, no? And then the great debate is now, okay, is it that important for us, for Spain, to have this? I mean, the Museum of America is a very important state museum, and then we have like a lot of visitors, but still, they are not coming only for this, while for Colombian identity, it's like really important. So this is the first example I wanted to bring you up to show you that Spain is like really difficult case in different layers. So this is the thing we have with America and our colonialism. The second thing is, like, lately Mick Jagger was in Madrid, and there was this photo taken, and all of a sudden I had like a completely different presentation, but I was seeing the photo and I was thinking, okay, next year we are celebrating 2023, we are celebrating or honoring the year like 50 years after the death of Picasso. So Picasso is a typical case of reconciliation, although also not that easy. The Guernica was like, as everyone knows, like painted to somehow like it's of course like the bombing of a village during the Civil War. The thing is that it was showed for the first time in 1937 in the Pavilion of Art and Techniques in Paris, for the Republican Pavilion, for the government pavilion. So since when this exhibition finished, it was through different paths brought to New York. Why is this big painting like a symbol or icon of peace? Basically because in the MoMA, where it was like for a long time till democracy came to Spain, and then the painting was coming back to Spain, it was treated by the Americans not as, or for example, if you were like reading the explanation that was like written, there was no reference to the conflict, not at all, because Picasso was joining the Communist Party. So the United States, they were not interested in talking about our conflict or Republicans, fascists. No, they were like interested in saying, okay, this is like a peace icon forever. So it became a peace icon forever, but it's also like not that easy. I mean, no one knows in America it was a civil war. It's just a peace icon, no? While Picasso is like really a big example of compromising art and reconciliation, and he made like beautiful paintings like this, for example, about the massacre of the United States soldiers against the Korean war in 1951, with these soldiers who are like really like robots, who are like killing even pregnant women. Only the innocence of this small kid playing there is there, because all of them, they are scared to death of what they are expecting. Of course, he was like looking at other examples, like in this case Goya, it's obvious. But these are all like paintings he was denouncing the war. This is the other painting I brought you from Picasso. This is the Women of Algeria. It was painted 1954, just in the moment where France was having the conflict with Algeria. What he was doing is taking, again, an old master's example, like of 19th century. It was like really like something, let's say it's Delacroix, but also Ingres was like taking it later. It was like an example of Orientalism, and what he's doing is like really deforming everything to show that he was like against this bourgeoisie French, who were like treating them like something exotic. And of course, this other example, the rape of the Sabine women, this old Roman episode he's bringing for peace. This was the case of the Cuba missiles crisis. He was painting this, referring to this chapter of the Roman history where the women were like the ones, by the way, the women, because we are like here, most of us women, the women were making peace, no? So this is just an example to show you that because, of course, he was like compromising, he was not only talking about our civil war, he was like always like making an important contribution to at least show that the wars should end. So what I bring you now is what I'm doing at my everyday job. I'm working at the Ministry of Presidency. We have, it's called Ministry of Presidency, Relation with the Parliament and Democratic Memory. So this is a huge new step. We already have from 2007 a law of historic memory. And it was basically passed by because the special rapporteurs of the United Nations were saying, okay, this is unacceptable, you have to do something with the Civil War conflict. So you can see here the main objectives of the democratic memory law. Of course, dealing with the mass grave, as Emir was like pointing out later, but also like different things. So in the cultural field, what are we dealing with? We are dealing, of course, with the Valley of the Fallen, because there are people who are saying, because this is also culture, this is also, 1 minute, okay. This is also art, this is like a huge engineering building. Some people were thinking that this should be like destroyed. We are not in that line. We are like appreciating art, and this is like really an art thing. It's like an enormous basilica made into a mountain. It took like a lot of effort by a lot of prisoners to make it, and it's really impressive when you go there. It's so huge that when the Pope was coming into it, he was saying, okay, we have to decrystallize like the half of it because it's bigger than the tomb of St. Peter in the Vatican. No? So it's like quite impressive. There we had Franco for a long time, and now he was like brought to a familiar cemetery. Okay, and I had like a lot of other examples, but I'm stopping. Thank you.
Is this working? Thank you, and Modena, for that presentation. And the work that you're doing at the moment on democratic memory law is really interesting. I mean, countries do have laws, including this one, on restorative justice and reconciliation, but I have never heard of one on memory. And the idea of memory is a very interesting one, but memory is an unreliable narrator in a sense. And when you're making decisions about creating a law to honor memories, what's the process? Which memories are selected and whose truths are honored?
Okay, so it's like very difficult. As you know, Spain is still, it's not with, like in other conflicts, you know, for example, like against Nazism, we are all like agreeing. In this, we still have like a very divided society. There are a lot of nostalgic people from thinking that the Franco time was like really, really good. In fact, there were like a lot of people like they were really living good. And so the democratic law is about like honoring the victims and not to forget them. And so it's not about like creating a narrative that it's the whole truth. It's just about like really honoring the victims, because they were like, I was like reading lately about a pop singer, and she was like saying, everyone is like telling me to forget, but I don't want to forget my grandma and my grandgrandma, and that's about. really this is about.
Thank you so much. And actually, the context of that is that there was a pact for forgetting in Spain, which preempted this, I suppose, 50 years later, the reversal of that. And in fact, you have a novelist, Javier Marias, who talks in his books a lot about that, the impact of suppressing forgetting, and that, if you like, creates a cultural boil which needs to be burst, and I think this is probably addressing it. So now, thank you for that. We're going to move on to Joanne. So Joanne Fitzpatrick brings over 15 years of experience in her role as core programming and curriculum specialist with Peace Players. And they are an international organization combining basketball programming, peace education, and leadership development to transform the lives of youth living in communities affected by conflict and inequity. So Joanne specializes in the design and delivery of peace education curricula, and delivers training to sporting governing bodies and NGOs and corporate organizations, and has done so in Chicago, Hong Kong, Rwanda, and Israel. She's a trained facilitator of the Arbinger Institute Conflict Resolution Methods, and she was nominated in 2012 to carry the Olympic torch for her work with Peace Players. Over to you, Joanne.
Hello. Thank you very much for that, Valerie, and thank you to the directors for inviting me. As somebody involved in sport, I'm going to remain seated, if that's okay. First of all, I don't come from an academic background like most of the guests here this week, so I'm very much going to speak about on-the-ground work and working with children and young people, as Valerie mentioned. I'm also maybe the third or fourth person from Northern Ireland to speak here, so the same disclaimer as most others. If I need to slow down, let me know, and if I need to rephrase or repronounce anything, just give me a wave and I'll do that too. That's for me, is it? Thank you. As the others have alluded to this week, despite being 24 years past the signing of our Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland, conflict still sort of bubbles. I sort of refer to it as it simmers throughout the year and then maybe boils at other times, but we're still cooking in conflict in Northern Ireland. As some of the other speakers have also mentioned, the legacy lives on in a couple of different ways. One, the interfaces still remain, so as you can see in the pictures there, so aptly named peace walls still exist between communities, mostly in Belfast. And our school system is still segregated, so there are still separate Catholic and Protestant schools, with only 8% of the schools integrated in the country at the minute. Being asked to speak here about sport and the role of sport and culture in reconciliation, sport has often been seen as one of the many divisive aspects of Northern Ireland where culture does divide us, and we'll speak more about culture shortly. But sport has in the past sort of had its affiliation with religion as well. So in Northern Ireland where, and I will just say Catholic and Protestant, although it is quite often Catholic Nationalist Republican and Protestant Unionist Loyalist, we've only got 8 minutes, so I'll just keep to generalising. But Catholic sports, typically young people that play Gaelic sports, such as Gaelic football or hurling or camogie, would typically come from a Catholic background, and it's seen that those that play hockey or rugby in Northern Ireland are seen to come from the Protestant background. The great thing about the sport that we use, sorry, I forgot about this slide, but this is essentially to show the bubble, the simmer and the boiling point. So yes, our sectarian rates of crime have dropped significantly over the years, but as you'll see throughout the months of July each year, which is generally a time of cultural celebrations in Northern Ireland. It's also a time of contentious cultural celebrations in Northern Ireland, and typically our rates of sectarian incidences would peak in those times of the year. As I mentioned, where sport has been divisive, the sport of basketball in Northern Ireland is not seen to belong to anybody. nor Catholic or Protestant, male or female. It tends to be a neutral and sometimes novel sport for our young people, especially when you're a 5'4" Northern Irish female trying to coach that sport. But as you'll see here, we have 3 participants here from our North Belfast programme, and the great thing that I fell in love with the organisation for was when you see them playing together, you don't know who's Catholic, you don't know who's Protestant, but they are all on integrated teams. And so what we do from those segregated primary schools that they go to, we bring them together from ages 8 to 11 through their school day. So they play on integrated teams together. They go through our peace education programme. And then from ages 11 to 18, they enter in voluntarily. So they come along and they create integrated teams in each side of the city in Belfast, and then in the outer council areas across the country as well. When they play on these teams, the idea that we use and why sport is an effective tool in reconciliation is this idea of subordinate goals, which was really tested out in the Robbers Cave experiment back in the 50s in America, where at a summer camp, a group of young boys were brought to a summer camp and divided into 2 cabins. Neither cabin knew the other existed, and they formed their own identities. They named themselves the Rattlers and the Eagles, and they became a real group and an identity of their own. After a week or so, they brought the young people together and conflict ensued, where they were competing in different elements against each other, and where the winner was rewarded the right to, as you can see here, fly their flag. And in Northern Ireland, if we know anything about winning and losing and celebrating and feelings of conflict, flags play a big part in that too. So they experimented different means of bridging the divide and bridging the conflict, but what they found to be most effective was this concept of subordinate goals. So what the experimenters did was they cut off the water supply to the camp, informed the young people that they had to collaborate and work together in order to solve the problem and to survive. And so despite previous failed attempts at bridging the divide, this subordinate goal concept really brought them together. And so when we see, we can go back one, when they're on the basketball court, they can't just look at each other as Catholic, Protestant. If they are trying to win their basketball match against the other sides of the city and against the other integrated teams, they need to see each other as a teammate, as a person, as a good scorer, essentially, and as a teammate. So the idea of subordinate goals in sport allows us to bridge those divides and create a new shared identity. And one word that sort of ran through the last 3 days has been this idea of humanity and seeing each other as people and not as what has maybe previously divided us. And somebody asked me a few days ago, does this work? And for anybody that knows the background in North Belfast, and Roisin spoke a bit about it yesterday, but in North Belfast, it is like a little patchwork quilt of communities of Catholic, Protestant, divided by interfaces. And one such divide is the Holy Cross Girls dispute from 2001, and I'll leave you to Google to your heart's content. But essentially, it's a Catholic school situated in a Protestant community, and in 2001 there was a lot of protesting against the girls walking through the Protestant area to go to school. We work in Holy Cross Girls, and essentially, long story short, 2 of our members of staff went to either primary school in the area. One went to the Protestant school, the other went to the Catholic school across the street. They came through the programme together and are now back in those communities delivering our programme. And I'll finish on this one quote from Nelson Mandela. And yesterday we had our guest from South Africa that mentioned Nelson's presence at wearing the Springboks jersey at the Rugby World Cup. And he spoke to sport in this way. So sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than government in breaking down racial barriers. So in the case of whether it's bottom down or top up or top down, bottom up, I think we just have to come back to that idea of recognizing each other's humanity, seeing each other as people. And if it's a generational thing, reconciliation, we have to recognize that it starts with the kids at some point. And thank you.
Thanks so much, Joanne. Sorry. If it's okay, I wonder if we can just look at the very last slide, because it's the slide about aggression, or maybe you can just talk about it if we can get it up.
I have it written down, if it's not going to be shown. But I included this, it's a powerful quote from a man called Mark Goppin from George Mason University. Here we go, fire it forward. Yeah. And I use this quote because I see it as applying to the other areas that we're discussing in this panel as well. I think it applies to art and to theatre and all the other tools that we've been discussing this week. But sport is not your typical non-violent reconciliation. It's aggressive. But because it's aggressive, it can have a powerful impact. It's a constructive way to channel conflict. It creates dialogue. It pushes things to more constructive venues. And dialogue is another word that's ran through the last 3 days as well. And that's why I thought it would be nice to include this quote.
Yeah, thanks. And I suppose I really appreciate the subordinate goals that you were talking about, that way of working, and it reminds me of the West Eastern Divan Orchestra. I'm just trying to relate which was created by Daniel Barenbaum and Edward Said with Palestinian and Israeli performers. And but I think in terms of the aggressive part of sports, the nature of sport, if you like. In reconciliation, then, is it only possible to have reconciliation when the teams are mixed?
I mean, it plays a strong role. I think that anytime you get two opposing groups into the same room, let alone the same court or field or pitch, it presents the possibility and the opportunity for dialogue. Obviously, in sport, it is a win-lose environment. But for us, what we try and focus on, particularly with bringing these young people together, is redefining that idea of winner. Mm-hmm. And so maybe it's not focused as much on the scoreboard, but it's focused on the outcome of us personally and individually. And if I leave the pitch, the field, whatever the environment is, seeing somebody else as a person, then that's a win for me. Obviously, the integration side of things, it's been a long journey. It has to sometimes start as single identity and building up that trust in the facilitators and the coaches first. In many of the Holy Cross Girls' School that I mentioned, we spent several years working single identity there to build up the trust in what we do before finally integrating. But I think obviously integration is a big step and a big goal on the path to the long and winding path to reconciliation.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne. That's a brilliant answer. So now we're going to move on and ask Carolina Gale, is going to present. And Carolina is studied cultural sciences, focusing on the East and the Southeast Europe and Poland, and has extensive experience in intercultural dialogue and international relations. She's deputy head of the Dialogues Department and head of the Integration and Media Department at the Institute of Foreign Cultural Relations in Stuttgart. The IFA is a German organization operating worldwide to promote peaceful artistic exchange and dialogue between civil societies through exhibitions, conferences, and other forms of international cultural cooperation. It also provides information about foreign cultural policy. Carolina is a published author, and she continues to publish regularly and create video content in the fields of culture and history.
Valerie, thank you so much for introducing. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to meet you all here in Dublin. And it's quite an emotional get-together here for me, because as a student, I was quite lucky to visit Dublin quite regularly, and also Belfast. So I learned about the conflict, about the whole history, and now, it's coming back here in very special times. Unfortunately, in very challenging times. And of course, because you mentioned my video content, and normally I'm in the situation that I'm also asking very often questions. And of course, if we're talking about sports and this wonderful positive outcomes of your projects, you mentioned, of course, we are now in new times, in times of war, and where also sports, culture, unfortunately are in a completely different role. For example, because you mentioned it, that sportsmen, sportswomen are excluded from international competitions, or Russian Olympicists, they stage with the Z as a sign for the Russian military. So I hope that we will discuss these new challenges we are facing right now, because I'm being born in '83 and having the luck to live in being born in Poland and then living in Germany, to have experienced this wonderful period. I see all these amazing things that happened after 1989 in real danger. So I hope we can also speak about that today. Well, my institute, you introduced it, it's Institut für Auslandsbeziehungen, Institute for Foreign Cultural Relations. I'm very proud to present it to you in a brief. And it's a completely different view that we heard. We are based in Stuttgart. It's in the very south of Germany, but we also have an office in Berlin, and some of our sections are working from Berlin because we have close ties to the Foreign Office. And we are an intermediary organization, so this will be my point of view. And in the slides I brought to you, I will not repeat what I'm saying, just to give you some backgrounds, because in Germany, in fact, intermediary organizations are playing a very special role. They are working in the framework of cultural relations and education policy. We don't call it soft power in Germany, so also about this we could discuss. It's a very special part, the so-called third pillar of the German foreign policy, and a very important tie. It is the trust building in Germany around the world, and to also, of course, because of our difficult and tragic history, into rebuilding, reconciliation, and to rebuilding our ties in international relations. So here, just some key facts about many organizations. We are not the only ones. Perhaps you know the Goethe Institute. Perhaps there are some representatives, colleagues from the Goethe Institute, but also the DAD, if you're talking about the exchange in academia and other organizations. We are independent, we're an independent association, but we have close ties to the Foreign Office, and so some information you could already see. And well, this I think could be very interesting also in terms of discussing reconciliation here. The IFA in Stuttgart, perhaps some of you know Porsche, because this is the headquarters of Porsche, or Mercedes. Perhaps you know it more from connecting with the automotive industry. It was really founded as an institution in 1917 during the First World War. It's really incredible. Also, if we're talking about foreign cultural and educational policy, most of the experts and researchers, they're talking about 100 years of this kind of research and profound statements about how important it is to build these international relations. And the IFA is really the oldest intermediary organization. And it was really impressive, and it could be also an example that in times of war, people, these were influential businessmen, they were traveling around the world. It was one person, especially Theodor Wanner, who was one of the driving forces. They understood that after the end of the First World War, we have to invest in rebuilding trust in Germany. And they put a strong focus on German ethnic migrants or German ethnics, like Germans that already lived for hundreds of years, to work with them. So this is quite an important target group. we expanded our work also after tragic history during the Second World War, where it changed the whole character of the Institute. And now for decades, because from 1917 to 2022, we can look back on more than 100 years of history, we developed a strong focus on cultural exchange, on art, and dialogues of civil societies. So what you see here on the slides, these are our topics. And arts, they play a crucial role in our work. And we have galleries in Stuttgart and Berlin. But more important, perhaps, in the context of reconciliation, is that we have 35 exhibitions by very famous German artists traveling around the world, Sigmar Polke, Baselitz, and so on and so forth. They are present from Santiago to Nur Sultan. Okay, I will. And the very important thing is that the art is here the starting point for a lot of programs with children, with young people, with art is inspiring. And the exhibitions are inspiring meetings, inspiring to get together different cultures. So this is quite a very crucial role. So we have a lot of other things, but please, I hope I can just mention some two other things, that we have a strong focus, and this is why I think it's important also about talking about art, that we also at the IFA, at our institute, we don't only understand art and culture in a very short, very narrow understanding, but broad understanding. And for years, we're focusing on civil conflict resolution with a lot of support worldwide, as you see it. And especially in the last years, we focused with new programs in scholarship to finance and to support endangered artists, cultural workers, and also human rights activists. So this is something, unfortunately, which is much in need. We have a lot of applications from Afghanistan to Belarus. And so culture is now also, we try to open safe spaces for cultural workers. And we work also with minorities, so I can tell a lot about this, and also a lot of scholarship programs all around the world for young professionals, volunteers, and this is an incredible experience. And just to sum it up, and I hope we will talk also about Ukraine, the most influential, I think, changed in Germany, even during the last 10 years, was a process called by the former foreign minister Steinmeier, who is our president right now. We had a completely new outlook in our policies, and it's so important it is to work with the target group on eye-to-eye level, to work in co-creation. So most of the program are not done by us, even if it's about reconciliation. I think it's so important, talking also about Ukraine and Russia, that the programs, the projects should not done be by us with some that we know it better. No, workshops, integrated people, sustainable programs. We try to have offers not only for one term, one scholarship terms, but for many years, that we stay in contact with them. We have alumni programs. So this is super important, I think, to have this context of peace building and to have sustainable intercultural exchange.
Caroline, thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to stop you there. And it is really interesting what you're saying, because that piece about being an intermediary organization is, I hope, something that we can come back to. It's something that we often talk about, the grassroots, and we talk about statutory, but there's the bit in between, and I'd like to kind of explore that. And also that notion of trust and relationship building and ownership of how the process happens is very important. But I want to ask you a quick question, if it's okay, about just, and this might be a bigger question that we can answer very quickly, but what are the political decisions at play when we're in the development of cultural policy diplomacy?
Well, I just gave an example. This was from 2014. Major, I would call it evaluation process of German foreign culture policy and German foreign policy. It was initiated by the former Foreign Minister Steinmeier, where it was done on different levels with expert talks, talks with citizens in Germany, citizens around the world, and I think the outcome of that was quite inspiring. That we should more focus in the foreign culture policy on even more than we did before on civil societies, and all processes like co-creation, the kind of quality level we work. So they're quite inspired by that. This some time ago, and of course, laws, changes of the government, they influence the kind we work, and of course we are working very closely with the Foreign Office. So now we just had the parliamentary election last year, and we are establishing all the new ties with the new government, and of course they are interdependent to our work and program.
Yeah, thanks very much. And that again, like we have a citizens' assembly here in Ireland too, which makes has been a very interesting process for us. I'm going to move on. I'm conscious of time, and invite Audrey Whitty to. Dr. Audrey Whitty is Deputy Director and Head of Collections and Learning at the National Museum of Ireland. Audrey is responsible for the care and interpretation for over 5 million objects across all NMI sites and 4 cultural divisions, overseeing conservation, registration, education, photography, design, publications, and exhibitions. So previously, Audrey was keeper of the Art and Industrial Division at NMI, where she project managed and opened exhibitions at Collins Barracks, which some of you might have visited on Wednesday, and which was formerly considered a symbol of oppression and is now transformed as a cultural centre, which offers Irish and international audiences new ways of reconnecting with the architecture of Ireland's colonial past. Audrey was responsible for proclaiming a republic, the 1916 Rising as part of the 1916 centenary commemorations. In 2010, she was conferred with a doctorate from here, Trinity College, and prior to that, she had a role as the curator of European and Asian glass at the Corning Museum of Glass in New York.
Thanks very much for the introduction, Valerie, and thank you so much to the ENRS for having me and for such a stimulating conference. Great honour to be here. So this is Collins Barracks, where you would have seen the exhibition After the Great War, 1918 to 1923 on Wednesday evening, and it's a wonderful privilege to host it here in Ireland for its stay, and hopefully it will return to the island again at some point in time, which will be wonderful. The barracks itself, as Valerie mentioned, was a symbol of oppression for many years. It was the headquarters really of the British Army in Ireland from the year 1704 to 1710, when it was actually established, up until 1922 on the formation of the Irish Free State. And then obviously the Irish Defence Forces went in, took it over as part of the Irish Army until 1994, when they vacated the premises and it became the headquarters of the National Museum of Ireland. So since then, over the last 25 years, we have been extremely busy looking at primarily the decorative arts and historical collections of the National Museum of Ireland. And this particular exhibition opened in October 2006. It's called Soldiers and Chiefs, the story of the Irish at war, at home and abroad, from 1550 to around 1970. It dealt with some incredibly specific topics, particularly concerning Irish participation in the British Army over many centuries, as well as, of course, of the Irish Revolutionary era of 100 years ago. And it brought it all the way up to peacekeeping duties of the Irish Defence Forces around the world. It did not, I think, deliberately at the time look at the troubles and the history of the troubles in Northern Ireland, but that will change in terms of future developments that we have planned for the National Museum of Ireland. But it has had a huge effect, particularly looking at the historical links of Irish men and women during the First World War in particular, in terms of peace and reconciliation on this island. So much so we've had numerous visits, usually very incognito, very under the radar for obvious reasons, by a lot of politicians from the north of Ireland since the peace process began. In 2016, we hosted this particular exhibition based on our permanent collection of what's called the Easter Week collection, which is from the Irish Revolutionary era of 1912 to 1924. This was on proclaiming our republic, the 1916 Rising. It basically amassed the greatest visitor figures we had ever seen. It led to maybe 500,000 people in the space of 9.5 months visiting the National Museum of Collins Barracks. And again, I think was very deliberately interpreted in terms of emotional, personal stories connected to the material on display, rather than anything that was seen as triumphalist or hyperbole, let's put it that way. So much so that when it came to the execution section, where the 16 men were obviously executed for their part in the rebellion in 1916, and nearly one woman, but obviously because of her gender she was spared, which is Constance Markovich, we dealt very much with them as individuals and their backgrounds and their private lives in terms of their last letters and various different memorabilia and objects associated with them as personages in their own right. This one object, to me, symbolises what a national museum should be about, particularly in a post-conflict society. This is a set of rosary beads that was handed by basically Plunkett, one of the signatories of the Irish Proclamation of the Irish Republic, just before his execution in Kilmainham Jail in 1916, to a member of the firing squad who was about to kill him. And his name was William Hand of the Sherwood Foresters in the British Army. And he handed him these rosary beads basically to say, listen, you take these, because I obviously won't be needing them in the next few minutes. Unfortunately, by the year 1918, that poor man himself had died in conflict on the continent as a result of World War I. So I think nowhere better than this particular object in showing the utter annihilation of human life, regardless of which side of a particular divide you might happen to be on. And then there's also the question of reconciliation and remembrance within the context of the state itself. And in the year 2019, we opened this incredible exhibition by a wonderful artist from County Down, just over the border in Northern Ireland. Her name is Alison Lowry, and she basically uses glass sculpture, particularly the ancient Roman technique of pâte de verre, to look at topics such as Magdalen laundries and the incarceration of women and children throughout much of the 20th century in Irish history. Also looking at the industrial school system and mother and baby homes. This is an incredible time in Ireland, I think. We're just beginning, though. Very similar to what Germany went through, I believe, in the 1960s. Ireland is now going through this particular self-reflection, self-awareness, self-reconciliation as a result of these incredible incarceration atrocities that befell a lot of Irish women and, by association, a lot of Irish children up until even the early 1990s. So just to show you some shots, again, we are very careful in how we interpreted this exhibition. I curated it myself and wrote the catalogue in terms of looking at the entire island, both pre-1922 and after 1922, and looking both at the Protestant and Catholic, I suppose, incorporation of this particular incarceration ideology at the time. This is another just close-up image of part of Alison Lowry's work. And then there's an installation shot based on the Tuam Mother and Baby Home revelations that have taken place here in Ireland over the last 8 years. This is just future developments. This is the third floor of the North Range of Clark Square in Collins Barracks, which will open in 2024 on the 20th Century History of Ireland galleries from 1900 up to the year 2020, where we will be tackling an all-island approach in terms of the collections that are already in the National Museum of Ireland, and indeed addressing any gaps that may exist in terms of that interpretation. It's a huge challenge. It's only 427 square metres to fit 120 years of Irish history ultimately into the size of a postage stamp, but we will do our very best, and we are certainly building in rotation into this permanent display so that we will go through the hundreds of thousands of objects that actually can be associated with this time period in Irish history. Just to show that it wasn't all, I suppose the role of the National Museum isn't all about military or political, or it's also very much about the culture in the round, as Valerie would say there at the beginning of her introduction, culture in the truest sense. And obviously there are major cultural movements that befit any revolutionary activity, and in Ireland we were no exception. In fact, one of the few countries in the world where the cultural revolution took place over a very long period of time, certainly about 40 to 50 year period prior to any political revolution. And this is a great example of that. It's the 1918 meeting by the wonderful stained glass artist Harry Clarke, where you can see huge influence not only of maybe even Renaissance, Bal de Venetti of the 15th century, and the ballet russe, the Diaghilev ballet russe at the time that was hugely popular, but also a very Irish slant and a very Irish tradition of stained glass, which was part of the cultural revival around the time of that political revolution taking place. And then just to very quickly sum it up towards the end, in terms of our role in the centenaries that have been taking place here, particularly in terms of the Republic of Ireland since the year 2012. We have one very big centenary coming up this year. Obviously last year we had the treaty, the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty of 1921, and from January of this year, the centenary year of the foundation of the state itself. But we also have the assassination of incredible leaders, or very charismatic leaders, both on the pro and anti-treaty sides of the Civil War conflict in Ireland 100 years ago. And this is the great coat worn by Michael Collins when he was assassinated on the 22nd of August 1922. So that particular centenary is coming up imminently. And obviously this is on permanent display in the National Museum at Collins Barracks. And excuse me. Just to show, again, the fact that a museum has to and must tell the story in the round in terms of both sides of each conflict. So on the left-hand side here, you have one of those other charismatic leaders, Liam Lynch, who was anti-treaty and one of the leaders of the IRA during the Civil War. And then on the right, the great coat worn by Michael Collins, pro-treaty, ultimately Commander-in-Chief of the Irish Free State up until his death. You can see that there on the right-hand side. So it gives you quite an idea of how a national museum, if it is to be national, and it is to be fair, and it is to ultimately interpret, preserve and protect the material or portable cultural heritage of a nation, must and should tell all sides of the same coin and the same story. And that ultimately anything historical, as Peter Shirlow said earlier on today in the previous panel discussion, does have contemporary ramifications when it comes to conflict, and to be extremely mindful of that, particularly when it comes to interpretation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Audrey. That was a wonderful presentation. And great also that the museum is having an all-island context in the future, which is wonderful to hear. And thank you also for reminding us that reconciliation isn't, I mean, in the times that are in it, we're thinking about war, of course, but it also happens in domestic violence and in institutional abuse, and we have a lot of history of that, and we're, as you say, we're in a real period of reflection at the moment in Irish society. My question is to you about ethical remembering. How can museums and memorials, for instance, enhance reconciliation processes on a national and an international basis through the interpretation and commemoration of historical or indeed contemporary historic, what you've just said really, events, yeah.
I think they must really tackle that by looking at best international comparators. I was very struck by previous panel participant from Srebrenica and how you look at the horrendous genocide that took place in that particular geographical area of Europe, and you look at this island and what it is still going through, as Joanne pointed out, in terms of post-conflict, but socially speaking, unfortunately, we are still rooted in it. I think that a National Museum has to be very mindful of all of those things, and particularly when it comes to, let's say, the history of incarceration of women, for instance, and that kind of oppression. In terms of who gets to dictate the morality of the state. I think we have very good benchmarks, thankfully, in Ireland to follow in terms of what Canada is looking at Australia, indeed other parts of Europe, in terms of similar themes, not exactly the same, but similar. And I think it's almost imperative that when you're about to interpret something like that on a large scale, and you're also collecting the material cultural record of that particular occurrence in history, that you look to international comparators. And I think in Ireland, because we are an island nation and we have a huge diaspora around the world, due again to horrendous tragedies such as famine, we have that ability, I think, more than maybe other countries, to reflect outwards for our own best practice internally. I think that's something we do very well, actually.
Thank you very much. So now we come to our final speaker, Dariusz Karłowicz, who's a philosopher and program director for the John Paul II Institute of Culture at the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas in Rome. He's the president of the St. Nicholas Foundation, an NGO involved in charitable, educational, and scientific activity. Its current activities include humanitarian aid for children in and from Ukraine, and a scholarship fund supporting talented youth from underprivileged families in Poland. The St. Nicholas Foundation has projects in other countries, including one in Aleppo, and until its recent destruction of the premises, there was one also in Mariupol. So Dariusz has written several books on philosophy and theology, and he edits Political Theology, which I'm not going to attempt in Polish, a journal that seeks to use knowledge of theology to advance political thought. He's particularly interested in the intersection between religious philosophy and Greek mythology.
Still good morning, it's okay, I think. Thank you, Valerie, for that introduction, kind introduction. Thank you for the possibility to taking part in that interesting conference with so interesting speakers. So thank you. I feel very moved to speak in Edmund Burke Hall. It means something for philosophers. Well, today is a very, very special day. We have 100 days of conflict of Russia aggression on Ukraine. We all listen carefully to the news of this terrible war. We admire the bravery of Ukrainians who are resisting one of the largest armies in the world. And we are shocked by Russian bestiality, hearing about the war crimes, rape of women and children, torture, murder of civilians, use of forbidden weapons, horrible destruction and looting which take place every single day. Over the last 100 days, 3.7 million refugees have entered Poland. Over 2 million of them stayed in Poland. That's an unprecedented scale. What's remarkable is that with such a large migration in Poland, no refugee camp have been established. The newcomers live in Polish homes. Poles welcome them with the open heart, but what I should insist, with gratitude and admiration. I'm talking about the things most of you know, but there is another unknown story behind these events. It's about reconciliation. It's about reconciliation between Ukrainian and Poles, which was unexpected side effect of that horrible war. That result is probably one of the biggest, I think, that's a hypothesis, but I think one of the biggest reconciliation acts in the history of Europe after '89. To explain that history, I have to touch some very delicate things. Poles and Ukrainians have a long and a very complicated history behind us. Sometimes, of course, as the long stories, it's good stories. Sometimes it's hard. Say, to put it shortly, present-day Ukraine was a part of a Grand Duchy of Lithuania, with whom we were in the Union from the end of 14th century. You can imagine how long period of time it is. The memory that cast a terrible shadow on our mutual relation in the last years with Ukraine is so-called Volhynian slaughter, the massacre of Poles in the Volhynia and Eastern Galicia in 1943 and 1944 during a German occupation of Poland. Genocide against Poles took place in the territories previously located within Poland. They were organized by Ukrainian nationalists, often with the participation of a Ukrainian population. During Volhynian slaughter, died between 50,000 to 100,000 people were murdered, often with extreme cruelty. Responsibility for these events, that's the opinion of a Polish historian, I hope we all come to the agreement, rests with the Ukrainian insurgent army. For nearly 8 years, the memory of Volhynian slaughter made it impossible to build a good relation between Poland and Ukraine. It was very difficult for Ukraine to admit to this crime because of many serious political reasons. One of them was that during communism time, Russia used Volhynian slaughter to destroy the possibility of building good relations between Poland and Ukraine according to the divide et impera rule. After Ukraine gained independence, it was very difficult, also because the Ukrainian insurgent army is an important element of a historical identity of independent Ukraine. So the problem seemed, in fact, unsolvable. And suddenly, during the war, the matter has been forgotten. Reconciliation has taken place. Poland and Ukraine, I would say, fell in love with each other. Who does not believe may look in the internet. What we can find in social media is not just a mutual kindness or understanding, but declarations of love. Perhaps it is just a temporary phenomenon related to the emotional response to the atrocities of the war, but we are certainly talking about a fact that is hard to deny. We are talking about a solidarity confirmed by the act of admitting 2 million unknown people to home. So, I mean, that is something which cannot be just judged as an emotional phenomenon. 2 days ago, one of the speakers says that it's important to give a human factor. So I found one, I'm sorry, that's very emotional, very private, maybe too private, but let me tell it to you. During the war, my mother lived in Volhynia. She was a little girl then. Today she's 85 years old. Recently, during war connected with help to the refugees, she told me, when I was a girl, I used to cry because I was so afraid of the Ukrainians. Now, while watching news from Ukraine on TV, I also cry, but now I am afraid for the Ukrainians. What happened to cause such a profound change, which is, well, a kind of unexpected phenomenon? I would say that trying to generalize some steps to go to the reconciliation, I see 3 fundamental parts. The first one is a question of rehumanization the opponent. Conflict dehumanize opponent. So the first part is just to see that persecutor or victim is also a human being. Second part, it's a question of equality, because we can agree that someone is human being, but the question of dignity, of worth, of value of the person is a second step. So equality is a second necessary condition. The third one is a question of unity. Unity mostly in the terms of the unity of values which we share with the person with whom we've been in conflict. I would say that culture is necessary in all those levels, but on the first two, that would help to come to the place we are with Ukraine was a religious culture, first of all, the kind of a metaphysics which shows people as a child of God. Both countries are very religious, and the, let's say, religious culture was a very important element of that. The third element is presence, which under some condition is very important because we had a big economical migration before, so we knew each other very well before war. But here the catalysator was definitely the existential threats, and that's what happened when we have to choose which side we are, on which side we are. And that was a moment we realized that the unity of value is absolutely obvious. Thank you.
Thank you, Dariusz. And I have to say that you telling us about your grandmother was absolutely what we want to hear, because it's all about storytelling at the end. We can't know what someone is going through until we hear those kind of stories. And I'm not going to ask you a question now because I think I don't want to come back to it, but I do think that it's a really good example of reconciliation in action. It's happening now within the context of a conflict which is ongoing, and I'd like to come back to it with your permission. So if it's okay with you, we're going to have a general discussion here and more just to dig in a little bit about arts and sports in the first instance, and how, you know, there was a speaker in the last round that asked this question: how does it, that's the power of arts and sports to build bridges to reconciliation. And I want to talk about that, the idea of participation and consumption of art. So in a sense, the arts and sports both share this value that you can be an actor and a maker, or else you can be a viewer and a consumer, or an audience member, if you will. So I suppose maybe go to Joanne first to talk about that in a kind of a sports context. Do you have any stories coming out of that from your experience in your work?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, my background is coaching and working with children and young people, and there are many examples of children coming across the religious divide to play as teammates. But on that sort of spectator note, where I had mentioned that in Northern Ireland, sport can be divisive in that we have affiliated sports to religions, and even the sport of soccer, which is neutral. There's maybe teams that support Catholics that support one team and Protestants that support another. And whenever I was thinking about even the idea of Europeanness in Northern Ireland, and sometimes I feel like we don't almost acknowledge ourselves as being European. And somebody mentioned, I think on the first day, even with sport, in Gaelic sports it's parish versus parish, and then it's county versus county. So the parishes are almost put aside because now we're a county playing against a county, and then those counties are put aside whenever we become a country playing against a country. And there are only one or two sports that I can think of where it becomes continent, or we become Europe as a team and that identity. But one thing that has united Northern Ireland would be a boxer. So the likes of Carl Frampton, who's a huge advocate for peace building and reconciliation, represented a whole country, and he's from a Protestant background. I believe he has a Catholic wife, but the whole country came together to support him in his fight. So we're good at supporting conflict, but at least we come together to do so.
That's great, thanks. And I wonder, Almudena, if maybe you can talk about, from an artist, like an artistic point of view, the idea of making art, you know, the idea, that's a process very similar to reconciliation, whereby you have to research before you come to a conclusion. And as an artist, you're very much about revealing truths from your point of view, whatever that point of view might be. It could be quite controversial. Is it as important to be a maker, like even on a community level, or is it better to be, I'm not trying to make one thing better over the other, but it's just a discussion point, really. What's the difference? What can it bring to reconciliation, actually being a maker in the process?
Yeah, well, Valerie, listening to you, I think that, okay, so first there's the basis of an artist expressing. So this is what I was trying to show you with Picasso. He's someone who's expressing something that even if you're not a big connoisseur, you're like watching this and you can understand that someone is suffering. So that doesn't mean that he's going to accept your truth, but at least the viewer, even if he's not like agreeing with you, at least he's seeing like this idea of humanizing, that someone is suffering. So this is the first step, the expression of something. The second part is you were talking about the viewer, but first of all, there's like the cultural institution. So for me, there are like two big important cultural institutions, let's say in art. The first one is like, or in expressing this kind of processes of reconciliation. There are the historic museums, like you were talking, and the art museums. So for example, in Spain, we don't have a national historic museum because we have such a contested history that no one wants to go into that. So for example, if you go to Madrid and we have two historic museums. One is called the Museum of the Origins, so you can imagine it stops like quite early. And the second one, very beautiful one, it stops in the 19th century. So when you go there and you see that all of a sudden you don't have a story of the city in the 20th century, all of a sudden you are like losing trust in the museum because you're saying, okay, what's wrong here? So of course it's also a matter of space. You can't grow like in a limited way. But for example, Barcelona, they are doing like quite good. They have a historic museum, which is not that big, but then they are like looking for satellites all over the city. They are, for example, they have a bomb shelter. So they are like using this spot to talk about the Civil War. And it's enough. So there are like different ways to do it. And with digital medias, you can grow unlimited. And the second part is like the museums of art. So just an example, we were like dealing like a couple of years ago with this 20th century Civil War conflict. And the director was wondering if we should put some photos of the generals of Franco. So I was telling him, okay, is this history? Yeah. Is this art? Because they were like artistic. He told me, yeah. So why not? I mean, you have to really put the artistic expression whenever party it was or whatever, even if they were horrible, you have to put them in front and let the people and think about it. But don't lie or don't treat people as stupid because they're not.
It's really talking about the crossroads between history and art coming together. And I think theatre does it very well because they, for instance, in verbatim theatre, there's a piece that was created in the north of Ireland on the Savile Inquiry, which, as you know, took 4 years. It was condensed into 2 hours and was an exact script of some of the parts of the actual Savile Inquiry. So that's a way of really connecting directly with events that happened with an audience and highlighting that. Does anyone else want to come in on just other forms of art that, Dariusz?
I think that Almudena told about very important thing which should be told on the beginning and, let's say, underlined very strongly, that there is nothing like that culture or art just itself is a cue for conflict. It may be art and culture which serve a conflict. I mean, we all remember political posters on where the other side is shown as insect or rat or anything. I mean, it's not a question on culture, but it's a question on value in a culture which are present to lead people to reconciliation.
Do you want to give an example of what you mean, Dariusz?
No, for example, I mean, there's hundreds of, for example, Russian revolutionary posters who shows the people whom the revolution is against as rats. The same in the Nazi art. I mean, that you have many of them where, for example, Jews are like insects, etc., etc. So it's not. I mean, it's not true that just an art is a peaceful reality. It may be, instrumentalized say, by people who are trying to use an art as a dehumanization tool.
Do you want to come in, Karolina?
Yes, I absolutely agree. I mean, you can also see it right now. Just recently in Luzhniki, in the stadium where Putin celebrated Crimea, where many artists performed, and these artists are really famous Russian artists. And well, if you follow also American, but not only news like CNN, you have, for example, also interviews with children of these artists. They immigrated to the US or living, working in the US, and they absolutely disagree with the parents. So you have even right now, as Darius mentioned, and I could give many examples, Russian artists that support Putin regime and agree with the war. But another point I wanted to make, I think, and I started a little bit when, like before my presentation of the Institute, that I think that we are in very challenging times talking about how culture, art could cure, build bridges, as we always say, sports, as I commented on. And because right now, and I have some Ukrainian friends there who are artists, journalists, filmmakers, and they absolutely do not want to have any contact right now with Russian filmmakers, with Russian artists, and perhaps you followed the news from Cannes with Srebrenica and his speech, but you have a lot of other examples where, and probably there are some Ukrainians in the audience, they know about this. So even there, some bridges are burned right now where we could build bridges. And well, 10 days ago, I moderated a discussion with Pussy Riot in Stuttgart. They are on the tour, and I asked them also this question. So what do you think about that? I mean, you're oppositional. You're obviously, like Maria, you spent 2 years in the camp in Russia, and they said, yeah, they can understand. So probably right now it's not a time for reconciliation processes. And probably we cannot, like we as cultural institutions from the West, we cannot stage them as some tried. Already, especially in the beginning, so it will be very difficult. It will take generations probably, and the main problem I'm thinking about all the time. Well, if you compare it with Nazi Germany and Nazi, and unfortunately this term is being misused. Yeah, it's being misused, and I hope that as German and Polish I'm allowed to say this. I mean, even to reconcile like Ukrainians and Russians. Well, if you think about what's happened during Nazi time and the Second World War, the preliminary, like the precondition was the surrender, yeah, of Nazi Germany, unconditional surrender. Then denazification processes started, and everything what we know from history. So how this will look like in the next years with Russia. Yeah, so I think this is a huge challenge. Also, like speaking about arts, sports, other music, even music. Yeah, so this is a huge challenge right now.
Yeah, and I do accept, and I think you're right, that reconciliation is very difficult in the heat of the conflict. That's undoubted. This is called a long and winding path. This whole symposium is about that, the fact that reconciliation is a process. However, we've heard about Darius's exceptional exception to the rule where Polish people have taken in Ukrainians with a very short space of time for that reconciliation to happen, because I think you answered some of those questions that you asked that your grandmother, her sea change from actually fearing the Ukrainians to feeling empathy for them, that's a massive, massive come around. And I do think that there is a role for artists within that space, is what I'm saying. And I think that's what I'd want us to discuss, if you like. And maybe, Audrey, would you have something to say on that?
In terms of post ending of conflict?
Well, or even the fact that ongoing, like, artists are always working. Whether they decide to work with other artists, and I know the situation with Ukrainian artists, and at the moment there's some sort of a little bit of a witch hunt around some Russian artists have resigned from certain posts, and others are being asked to resign, it's very difficult when it's done on an individual basis and you don't know personal circumstances. So I think the thing is, it's around that idea of what artists can bring to the conversation.
I think they're extremely important because they can do a lot more than governments who are far slower. And obviously, again, the previous panel touched on this hugely in the context of Northern Ireland in particular, but it would be very common, I think, across the world that governments sometimes have to play catch up when it comes to the grassroots already taking place. And I don't think it can be overemphasized, the importance of the grassroots. But I think artists are accelerated in the good that they can do in terms of a conflict in society, if that is also upheld by the educational system. And I think Joanne's slide is one of the most incredible of the whole day in showing the amount of, maybe it was Peter actually, but showing the non-integration of the educational system in Northern Ireland in particular, and we're looking at 24 years later. How shocking that is. And I think that's where artists in particular have a much bigger role to play when there's a situation like that is being perpetuated. Because obviously schools, the educational system, the churches, it's a power game ultimately. And that, again, is almost something similar when the government top level isn't proficiently working either. So in terms of Alison Lowry, who I showed there, and her incredible work and very important work, I think what she has done, and others in fairness, but I think particularly Alison's work, because it was, I suppose, on its placement in our National Museum, that in itself was a very big statement for us to make as an institution, as a cultural institution, because it was before the Committee of Inquiry report had been even published here in Ireland. And as we've seen, it has been received very controversially, to say the least, because of the absence of the oral history testimony. And that's where artists in particular have been ahead again of the posse when it comes to the academic or the government structure of the written record. The written record always seems to be the predominant record. I have a huge issue with that, massive. Now, I know my own background would be not just historical, but also about the object, but it's because of that, the power of the oral history, the power of the portable object, is just as much of a record of what has taken place and a transgression against a member of society as an actual written form of that. But having said that, one wonderful example, if you have a chance to read it, that has been published in the last year of that written record actually in a semi-biographical sense or autobiographical sense, is a book called Thin Places, written by Kerry Nitharthig from Derry. I don't know if anybody here has read that book, but I can't recommend it highly enough. What an incredible artist like yourself, what an honest person in terms of their own background and putting it all out on the page, and her own mixed heritage in terms of having had a Protestant mother and a Catholic father in that really horrific conflict, and being born the same year here as Carolina in 1983. So there's so much goodness happening, but it's just those people need the notoriety. That's why we come in as curators.
Okay, I think we're going to open it out to the floor if there are any questions. I can see a hand way at the back and another one here. Oh, there's quite a few.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for a wonderful panel. My name is Olga, and I have one maybe controversial question about the culture and peace building and reconciliation. And we all know how culture powerful could be as a tool of reconciliation and restoring the ties between people from different sides of the conflict. But at the current conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we see how culture could be weaponized, and it's kind of colonial heritage and a source of manipulation of the Western thought and Western politics. We all know about magnificent Russian culture, which actually kind of been placed in Ukrainian, Belarus, and other post-Soviet countries as a tool of oppression and maybe stealing the floor from national cultures of those countries. So my question is, how can people in post-colonial, post-Soviet culture could resist to that kind of weaponization and instrumentalization of culture, and how can we rebuild the ties and maybe rehabilitate of these colonial instruments in the future after the war will over? Thank you.
That's a really good question, and colonialism was definitely on the agenda here. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, we have like a little the same problem in Spain. We have a lot of remains of some long dictatorship period, and we are dealing with that. And what we can do is just tell the truth. You know, for example, earlier I was showing you the Valley of the Fallen. We are not doing much. We are only just like explaining how it was built, for example, like by prisoners that were like living like animals, like in the Stone Age, like and they were looking for a big stone, and then they were like putting some little stones around, and that was it. And they were like dying not of slavery, they were dying of pneumonia, you know, because they were like. So I think sometimes you only have to make a new lecture of the things, and through education, like. For example, I was not going to a Spanish school when I was a kid, but everyone in my generation was making an excursion every year to that valley, and no one was telling them nothing but what they were seeing. So the thing is that someone should like explain the remains and this kind of cultural expressions like they really were.
Is that okay? Is that okay for you? Yeah.
But yeah, if I may add, the problem is that truth is seen different by different people right now. And this is the problem, because of course I agree. It's about telling about what happened, education, and this in Germany we have a long experience with outstanding institutions like the Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, a special institution that especially dedicates to education, political education, but right now you have another system that is telling and educating a different truth, and this we will have to challenge, unfortunately, with other measures. And I brought to you, I didn't read it, our. Well, we had a very short period of our president. He died, unfortunately, from cancer some years ago. And but I like what he said. He was an outstanding cultural manager, Martin Roth. He was also director of the Victoria Albert Museum. And it is time to nail our colors to the mast. We have to fight for our values, also in culture. Right now, we are challenged, and yes, absolutely, it's the truth we have to fight for, but we have to be, we have another reality we are facing, and this is a huge challenge. Yeah.
No, of course, sorry to interrupt you, but of course, like cultural institutions can't stay neutral. They can't and they shouldn't. I mean, this is for sure. But for example, in the case of the Valley of the Fallen, we didn't want to make it like very explicit. So we were like just supporting these archaeological excavations from this hut. And there they are. If you want to see them, you can see them. These are facts. You know, like it was really built by prisoners and they were living like in the Stone Age. This is it. You don't have to like write too much. It's just show them. No? So I think every little, it's difficult to write a complete narrative, and of course you are depending on which government is coming, but at least you can like make like little steps and talk about like different things in different places, different ways. Because there's another ghost town we have that was like bombed by the fascists and close to Zaragoza. It's called Belchite. And Franco decided to left the ruins just to show everyone that, listen, this is going to happen to you if you are rebelling. So what we are doing now is like, we are not like, so this is a remain of the fascist proud. And we are like leaving it there, but they're like different narratives. You're like showing the kids, okay, this is what happened. It was a conflict. Let's hope it won't be happening again. So every place has like different solutions, I think.
Do you want to come in, John?
Yeah, and a few people have spoken about it this week about what's more important, education or experience. And I think that they're most valuable when they're together. So if we're going to educate people on their culture, it has to be a shared education. And I think that's where we struggle in Northern Ireland, is that we're being educated on our cultures separately. The most powerful conversations are whenever they're together. And so if we're going to talk about art, sport, culture as a tool for reconciliation, it has to be done, obviously, in a safe space, but together. Truth is going to be different. Truth is subjective. But together, there can be that understanding and that opportunity to, as we said before, see each other's humanity and see each other as people.
And I think there has to be a passage of time and reflection as well. Maybe we can go to another question at the back. Have you a mic?
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So sorry. You're here. Maybe next.
I have a question about the Spanish experience because I'm coming from Germany, and after the peaceful revolution in East Germany, we started after the free election immediately with opening and giving access to the files. Because we were convinced that it is important to deal with that past. It's an important issue for establishment of democracy. In that time, the Spanish ambassador in GDR, it was before the unification, and the Spanish ambassador came to me and said and tried to convince me about the Spanish experience and the agreement about silence, to put it down. And he said reconciliation is only possible if you put it away, if you can integrate even the perpetrator to win them for a democratic way. We couldn't find consensus in that. We were convinced, and we continued and giving access even to the Stasi files.
Can I ask you to come to your question?
And that is my question. What is your experience now and your view afterwards? Was it acceptable for you that the start in 75 was in that way, or would you say we needed time going that way? What I'm really happy to hear from you, what's your practice now?
So we have like a different experience, since you were like losing the war, and the fascists here in Spain, they won it. So after Franco's death, everyone was quite scared, and we didn't know like a lot of democracy, because the worst part of Spain it was not the civil war, I can tell you, it was like later, so the whole dictatorship time. So this amnesty law we were like passing by in 1977, it was like a law passed because everyone was scared. The communists were scared because they thought that they will be punished, and the fascists, of course, too. So they decided to make like a silent pact, just to come into Europe and grow, blah, blah, blah. So this is, of course, like, as I always say, there's not a right for memory, but there's a right for truth and justice. So I think now we are prepared to face, like after all these years of democracy, I think our society is already mature enough to face the truth and the justice. So what this government, 2007, the government, what they did with this historic memory law, is they implemented a place in Salamanca, it's called the Center of Documentary of Historic Memory, where everything is placed to have access to that kind of files. And not only to that kind of files. For example, we have a lot of remains of fascists, for example, like, I don't know, sculptures or other remains that are being now removed. And they're not destroyed, they all go to this center. So I think it's really important to keep those remains, and to make a free access. And for example, this center is like really working quite good because everyone has access to everything. You want to have a file from a report, I don't know, I had like a lot of teachers in my family, so they were all like purged. So you can ask and say, okay, this is my family, I can have access, and they're giving you the access. And it's quite, so now it's more or less working. It depends on everything in Spain, who is coming next. Because we had this period of the right-wing government, the law was still there, it was not easy to get it down, but they were not putting €1 for it, so it's like like nothing. So, but then Pablo de Grave came, the special rapporteur, and he was like scandalized, and he was like even making in this report, he was saying, okay, I came here to Spain, and every minister and even the president, he was telling to me, and he's like writing like that, I'm not making it up. You can, it's official, you can like Google it, it's there. He was saying, I'm really scandalized. What's this? Why are they forgetting? I mean, it's really not acceptable. So in Spain, everything depends on the political party who is there. It's a pity, but it's like that.
It's like everywhere. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Valerie. Valerie?
Where, sorry?
Valerie,
yeah.
how are you?
Yeah, where?
Thanks, Valerie. It's Ken here. It's interesting, if you look behind you, the title is A Long and Winding Path. But in actual fact, it can be a very short and straight road. And the example of that is the South Africa World Cup in rugby, where Francois Pienaar, the captain of the Springboks team, engaged with Nelson Mandela prior to the tournament. So it can happen start with two individuals, very pivotal individuals, who are fully committed to development of reconciliation through sport. Another very good example of that is the presentation of bouquets of flowers by the Iranian football team to the US football team prior to their game in France in the World Cup, which is watched by millions of people. It was a very clever move by the Iranians, and incidentally, they won 2-1 in the end. But I'll keep it brief. But I think it's really important to look at the role of Picasso in this, because Picasso actually glorified the boxer as an internationalist and a peacemaker. I'm forgetting about his other side, by the way, his glorification of the matador, because that's the dark side of Picasso. But Picasso also, in the creation of Cubism, create Cubism based on his experience of the Yoruba mask in the exhibition in Paris. And I'm just wondering that we have a lot of masks, a Yoruba mask, in the National Museum, and I'm asking Audrey, is the National Museum prepared to hand back the artifacts, particularly the Yoruba masks and other artifacts that were plundered from Africa? Okay, thanks very much.
No problem. It's a great question, and thank you. We've been, how can I put it? We've been discussing this at length in the National Museum over the last 18 months. We have 15,500 objects in the World Cultures collections. That obviously, ethically speaking, in the 21st century or even most of the 20th, you would never acquire in the ways and means some of those objects were acquired. And it's not just through our association with the United Kingdom at the time prior to 1922 either. We need to own our us as colonised and coloniser, and Ireland in particular has quite a unique role there, perhaps. So all I can say is we look at everything on a case-by-case basis when it comes to repatriation requests. We take them very seriously. We have just thankfully been sanctioned by government to appoint a curator of ethnography world cultures, which is the first time since the foundation of the state. And I would hope to build on that and eventually, hopefully, even get more positions. We also have the anomaly in Europe in terms of our museums and our collecting. So this is not unique to this country. This is all over the European continent, whereby you have racism within the museum structure from the 19th and even earlier centuries, whereby the Asian material is sometimes classified under applied or decorative arts and is therefore in a different curatorial department to the indigenous or world cultures collections. And from my point of view, I would see Asian having similar issues regarding the ethics of collecting of that material just as much as world cultures collections. So we're very conscious, particularly in the National Museum here, of that complete and utter hypocrisy and dichotomy of how things were arranged in the past by imperial systems ultimately, and what the hell are they doing in a republic?
Yeah. Thank you for that question, yes. We have a hand up here.
Hi.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. I have a question for Almudena because, I mentioned yesterday in the workshop I'm working on Spain, and I'm involved also in the resignification of the Valley of the Fallen, stuff like that. So I was wondering, because you were mentioning the Valley of the Fallen, but I think we haven't mentioned yet the biggest issue with the Valley of the Fallen is that it's the biggest mass grave in Europe. There are over 30,000 bodies in the crypts. So I know Franco was exhumed, but I was wondering if you could address also what the ministry is planning to do regarding the mass grave in the crypts, and also the problems that these that for the resignification as well, we talk of the Valley of the Fallen in really artistic and Franco's grave and stuff like that. We kind of not mention the 30,000 people buried there. So I think that's also a problem of how we can resignify it if we're not dealing with the main issue. And also because at the end of the day, it's also their basilica and there's a religious space. 2 days ago, the army battalion that was blessed there. So I was also wondering, how are you dealing with this religious thing? Because I don't know if you can just kick the Benedictine people out. And then I had another question regarding to what you mentioned about the Franco portrait that you wanted to put in the museum. Because I think displaying these kind of things is important, of course, but when you display it without information, would it be the institutional legitimization of the museum? Wouldn't be normalizing and legitimizing Franco's legacy and Franco's dictatorship if it shows, or if you will show an image of a perpetrator or a dictator like Franco, what kind of information would you provide so you don't legitimize his legacy? So I don't know if you ever put the picture up. I was just wondering, how did you address this issue? And I had many other comments, but I will stop.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the first thing. So I don't know, probably you don't know, but the thing is that this Valley of the Fallen was constructed to celebrate it was 59, so it was constructed in 10 years to celebrate the big victory of Franco in 39. So it was it was built obviously a religious place to let's say that the remains of Franco were staying there, but not only his, also all of the people who were falling during the Civil War from the nationalist part. The problem is they couldn't find enough because it was really too big. So there was an official rule by Franco, and they were saying, okay, bring whoever you want into the valley. So it's officially 30,000 people there. There were coming a lot of people from the Republican Party there. So all of a sudden they had really to fill in of dead bodies. So there was a moment they didn't care. It was okay, so whatever, bring them. So all of a sudden, it's officially 30,000 people are buried there, but it's not true. It's apparently it's 50,000 because they were bringing them massively. They were sometimes just remains of bones, not even like bodies like completely, and they were just putting them there and I've seen it, and it's like quite impressive. We made like some holes, and they are like piled, and they are like in conditions that are unacceptable from a religious point of view and from a humanitarian point of view. So what we are doing now is we are already working on it. There will be like a huge forensic. How do you say forensic? Okay, they're going to take them out and see one by one who they can like find from families. In fact, we have like already like hundreds of files of people who are sure that the beloved ones are there, and they are giving their DNA, and we are taking care of looking for them, because it's like quite insulting, because it's not only that the Republicans are there, which is like very hurting for most of the families. It's also that some of the victims of the Republican Party, some of the fascists, they were also like take from their villages to put them there. So it's also like both parts are like looking for the remains of their bodies of their ancestors to be buried where they want, not where Franco wanted. And what was the second thing about Franco? That how are we going to tell the story about Franco? Or what? Okay, but I hear you.
You mentioned you were one of the photo, like a portrait of Franco in the museum, and I was wondering how do you address the figure of like who Franco is in everything? Because I feel like if you just put the photo without contextualization, you're kind of normalizing.
This is in the Reina Sofia Museum.
Yes.
Okay, so there are all these photos of the generals, including Franco, and we are not telling anything. It's like most of the museum. You only have like the little thing where it's like written what it is. But you know, you can see it because the photos are really like, they are like represented if they were like semi-gods, like gods almost, no? So you can see this arrogance, and you can see this way of presenting themselves as the winners. The thing is what you put like close to them. You don't even have to say something. So close to them, there are like a lot of paintings and things of people who were in exile. So you see the suffering, and you see paintings where you can see that they had hunger, and you can see all the sadness, and you can see how all of a sudden they were living in a place where they didn't belong. So if you put both things, I can tell you it's a big, important impact. Even if you are not like the brightest, you can see it. You know, like it's like, whoo.
Yeah, we'll move on. And just to say that it's to let the art, I think in an art gallery, it's to let the art speak for itself. And in fact, Colin Davidson, who's a very well-known Northern Irish artist, does that really well with his portraits of people in Jerusalem and also in Northern Ireland, where just their faces tell the stories, really. So who would like to say yes? Sorry, there's...
Hi, I hope I get my statement. It's a small statement, and it's a gap that we haven't talked about at all today.
You have a question, I hope, too, do you? Yeah.
Yeah. So when we talk about... I'm an artist myself, but when we talk about the artists, a lot of the artists make their own work. And yes, we take portraits and they tell stories, but sometimes we need to see how socially engaged art needs to be part of the recolonization. I hope you all understand me. Because a lot of the times, yes, we make art, it's going to be exhibited, it's going to be in museums, but there's going to be a gap between the viewer and the piece itself. And a lot of times, communities that need to have a conversation are not going to come to these kind of things, sadly enough. But the artists themselves need to go in and have a conversation and get the communities themselves making the artwork and having a conversation exactly how Joanne does with the sports. And I think that's the gap that we didn't talk about today. It's more museums and...
Thank you very much for that question, because I think there is a gap, you're right. And there's also a diversity gap, is what I might say, in terms of, you know, are we talking to ourselves, really, when we're talking about reconciliation? And are we talking to our own audiences, and how do we reach across to different audiences. We talk very much about diversity at the moment, but really, I mean, to be blunt, do white people read black people's books, you know, for instance? And do we really have those cross-racial conversations in a meaningful way? So thank you for that, and I'm going to put it over to the panel here. Darius, you've been quiet. Do you want to come in? No. Okay. Does anyone want to come in? Carolina?
Well, it's a super important question, and I think we should focus on it. How to strengthen the voice of artists and this powerful impact, sports arts, theater. That it's not only for the like-minded, but that we can reach to a broader audience. And well, how we do it, it is to put more money into advertisement and PR, and I think it's really good. So well, this means being present in social media, having good impact, having articles in not only in our selected media, but in the ones that people read. So having every project we do, we really focus on the PR work also. We not exaggerate because it has to be paid, of course, but I think now it changed a lot. So this can be one approach. And then, of course, to go out, to not to have opening for selected 50 person, but to offer a lot of side programs. We have, for example, not that we do it in the best way, absolutely not. It's just like some examples that, for example, for exclusive inclusive guided tours for blind people, for blind children, to work with refugees now. We invited artists from Ukraine. They were online and they explained exhibition. So to be more inclusive, to open up, and to not only to invite one artist, but really to invite the audience.
And maybe to put some money behind it, because very often, you know, as you know, in community engaged practice, artists are eking out a living. I'm sorry, I deal with this every day of my work. They are really struggling and they have to be supported, and I think that would be my view. Darius, you wanted to come.
May I ask a question, changing aside a little bit, because in your short conversation with Almudena, when you noticed that it's impossible to build a history museum of that kind in Spain, I realized that that's a fact. It's not just opinion, that reconciliation in Ireland reached very, very special point, because it is possible. Would you like to explain what are a condition to, let's say, come to the point that you can, let's say, create something what shows a common memory of the past after so dramatic history?
From the Irish perspective, and again, I'm very conscious that I'm talking about the Republic of Ireland perspective, I suppose, in terms of the National Museum here, because I'm very conscious of my colleagues in National Museums Northern Ireland, who obviously do incredible work. But just, I think, if I'm really honest, and I know I'm biased because I'm head of collections, but it does go back to the collections. If you have collected comprehensively, and you have collected all sides in terms of a contested series of histories, you will have no problem. Because ultimately, the material culture, whether it be historical, archaeological, decorative arts, fine arts, it will speak for itself if you are able to use those various different examples in your collection of what happened at that one moment in time. Even with this, the 20th century history of Ireland galleries that we're actually working on at the moment for opening in 2024, which is very difficult. You know, recent history is not easy in terms of a National Museum's presentation of it. You have to be really very, very conscious of everything. So from my perspective, and I think from the institutional perspective, and indeed the government perspective, it does make sense to have expert advisors in a situation like that. And we instigated that for the Soldiers and Chiefs exhibition that opened in 2006, which I think was very brave, to discuss Ireland's military history in the context of something that, when you think about Northern Ireland, was only 8 years old in terms of a peace process. But as I said, we didn't exactly go into the Troubles era. And maybe there was a little bit of what Spain went through there in terms of deliberately not going there until we were ready to go there. But I do think an expert advisory group of various different segments of that current day society with particular expertise on the topic in hand for something like the 20th century history of Ireland or the military history of Ireland, that is so important, because it will provide, obviously they are not going to curate the exhibition, that is what the people are employed to do, but they will provide a good sounding board, they will provide literally advice when it is needed, and there is a gap in same. So I think that's a good route for national museums in particular to go down the route of when you've had a contested history. And also, just as I said, to make sure that you have collected everything. And obviously there's still a selection process when it comes to the final reveal. I mean, what a museum displays can be as less as 1 to 5% of its overall collections. And it's really worth bearing that in mind, that what you see is a tiny, tiny fraction of the reserve collections. But that's its richness, actually, that you should have everything, or else it ceases to be what I would call encyclopedic. And I don't mean that in a Renaissance sense. I think post-independence, you have a very interesting interpretation of encyclopedic in comparison to, let's say, the Italian or the German or the French version of that from the 16th or 17th centuries.
Thank you, Audrey.
A second.
Okay. We are coming to the end of our time. I know Ursula is kind of keen. Will we have time for the
Do we?
Is she?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you, okay? Wait a second. Now I wanted to tell you as an artist, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe you will be all angry at me when I say this, but I'm a musician, and I'm really sorry, for example, that now with the Russian conflict, Russian artists, Russian musicians, Russian sportsmen and women, they are like excluded from a lot of things, and I'm really sorry, and I'm sorry that the artists are only seeing the nationality, because I live close to the Russian embassy in Spain, and I was like walking there with my 8-year boy, and he was saying, "Oh, mommy, but you know, I'm pretty sure that there are innocent kids in Russia that didn't want the war." So for me, it's a pity and a lost opportunity to artists to come together and support themselves and say, okay, listen, let's support the Russian artists who are against Putin. And I don't think that happened. And it's also like putting the responsibility on the artists. I'm pretty sure that this in the 30s wouldn't have happened. I don't know what's happening now. So this is my reflection. Sorry.
Is it possible?
We have yes.
Just to come back to that lady's question, because I think your question was a question that I had yesterday and a question that I've had a lot in my career. Are we often, when we're recruiting for peace programs, preaching to the converted, we're getting the people through the door that are already at that point of where we want them to be, and the people that are resistant to these type of programs are the people that need it most. So how do we get access to those people and open the door to those people? And I think it's about meeting them where they are, rather than telling them to come to us and advertising and making big signs and saying, we're here. It's about meeting them where they are and hearing what they need and how can we serve them rather than how can they come to us, I think is important.
That's right. And well done. So we have one more question.
Very briefly, for Almudena, are you aware that Volley of the Fallen was misused by late President of Croatia, Tudjman, to propose that as solution for mixing bones of killed victims of genocide in Second World War, Serbs, Roma, Jews and others, with bones of former Nazi collaborators. So is that in '96 there was a very courageous article and debate in Croatia with this title, Bones in Mixer, used, and that situation of Jasenovac's memorial from Second World War is still contested in Croatia, also partially due to that kind of very powerful figure of president presenting this unacceptable solution, which really revolted the ancestors of victims. And still we have in Jasenovac in Croatia each year divided commemorations. Government commemorates, and for example this year municipalities, Jewish municipalities commemorated on their own because they are not satisfied with the way how government treats a memorial. And it's interesting influence which this bad example actually had in other countries. I'm not aware, are there some other countries, but this was surely very counterproductive for post-Yugoslav countries and for progressive academics and actors. It was always clear that we should learn from experience of getting rid of Franco legacy, not from his idea how to commemorate the fallen.
Yeah, so it's nice that you're bringing the Jews up, because I started with Picasso, and Picasso, he was like the director of the Museo del Prado for a short time, but he was afraid that the Prado Museum was bombed, so he was supporting financially that all the artworks of Prado were going to Geneva and back. And these artworks were like driven by a lot of people who were like taken by the Nazis to Mauthausen. And in Mauthausen they met a lot of Jews, and it's like they're like really beautiful stories about the connection in Mauthausen with these Jews that all of a sudden, some of them even were like speaking Spanish because they were they were Sephardists, and how they came together, and they're like really amazing, beautiful stories about people who were like, that didn't have anything in common, how they were surviving together or dying together most of the times, because of course the Jews were like the first ones to die, that for sure. But I mean, there are like a lot of connections between suffering people, and I think that we should highlight it to see like something universal, like the suffering in wars, to not repeat them.
Thank you very much. Ursula, we don't have time to put on the Garden of Remembrance poem, do we? Okay, so I'll just introduce that. We've come to the end of in fact, we've gone over a little bit over my time, but I'd like to finish on a poem which was written by Thomas, oh my God, I've forgotten his surname. Thomas McCartney is, anyway, it'll come up. I'm so sorry, I've blanked on his name, and I know him really well. But we did a program called, as part of the 1916 commemorations, the Irish Writers' Centre commissioned 6 writers, 6 poets to look at the locations of the sites of where the rising happened, and also 6 key figures. And he looked at the Garden of Remembrance, which some of you have been to as well, and wrote a beautiful poem about it. And part of it is the aspect of being on the wrong side of history. So hopefully that'll come up and give a bit of context for you, and we can finish on that note. But before, as that's coming up now, I just want to really thank Dariusz and Audrey and Carolina and Joanne and Almudena for a wonderful conversation.
The Garden of Remembrance is dedicated to all those who gave their lives in the cause of Irish freedom. It was opened in 1966 on the site created from the uppermost fifth of the Rotunda Gardens. It was in these gardens that the volunteers were founded by Owen MacNeill on the 25th of November 1913. The garden was designed by Dáithí Hanley, winner of the public competition that was announced in 1946, although the project was not completed until the 50th anniversary of the Rising. Hanley later became Dublin's city architect. The main focal point of the garden is a bronze statue of the Children of Lear by Oisin Kelly, which was added in 1971. This extraordinary vision of painful birth was controversial in its day for drawing on legends considered to be pagan. In May 2011, during her state visit to Ireland, Queen Elizabeth II laid a wreath at the Garden of Remembrance in a gesture of reconciliation. Thomas McCarthy was born and raised in Cappoquin, County Waterford, in 1954. He has published a substantial body of poems, as well as a collection of autobiographical essays and 2 novels. McCarthy is a poet primarily concerned with politics and family, and he is regarded as one of the most important Irish poets of his generation.
These stones report for duty in story after story. The garden, a cistern of unsweetened water. Time's patina burnished by an effort to remember. Such effort renewed at each national anniversary where seagulls glide over the field of slaughter to uncover another trail of poems. Time is a hoarder that gathers us together behind the box hedge to remember glory, to define a lost cause or a cause renewed at the hour of remembrance. We remember our prayers and the seagulls' rage, so careful now so conscious of the past, that we may not create yet more victims. What lasts in a republic is the living, and so, in this age, I remember the living on this cold, grassy ledge. Our remembrance is a form of theatre, as each remembrance is in every nation. An eternal flame burns elsewhere, and cenotaphs hold heroic names. Remnants of us pepper each Normandy beach, and poppies grow up out of our bones. But here I think of the one nation the poets imagined, and think again of the 2 states we're in, a state of mystical borders and broken spears, left by a silent procession of things left unsaid. It's not that our cowardice has deepened, or not cowardice, not that, but an indifference yet unchallenged, an indifference to the innocent dead that creeps along the wall of memory, as moss or ivy muffle traffic noise or mask all heroic loss. A shuffle of wet tiles, history's lovely aquamarine. All the weapons lie abandoned after battle, like the leaves of sessile oak, dar goelach, that scatter in a sudden burst of wind. We seem drawn to history fatally, the way troubled families want to pace across the same old ground in the hope of comfort from what comes round. I find an empty bench where history doubled back and came to life in a fantasia of warm metal. Oisin Kelly's mythic swan children now seem like children abandoned in a refugee camp or great famine, arms hanging loosely in great bronze petals. After all the troubles, politics wants to make peace with art, but memory is immovable in a stiff breeze. James Connolly's beautiful life, the high aesthetic of Peirce, the gift of 3 buttons from Con Colbert's volunteer uniform, Thomas MacDonagh's verse. Listen, in this remembering place I pick strange names to add to the forgotten dead. Willie Redmond explaining how at the Ulster line in front of Plug Street the Southerners arrived and words of love between 2 Irelands were said before slaughter followed the young. And Harold Mooney of the RAMC, his shattered left thigh, should remind us of how the unsung are left to die in a free state of dying slowly. All their untold stories haunt me still. Permit me to remember the dead on the wrong side of revolution, the part they played. Mothers from another continent come here to rest. Memory is a kind of cradle. Memory is a giant beach in a sunlit meadow. I watch a new migrant child reach into this restored, reflecting pool, his outline traced in a cruciform pool of disturbed shadows. What can he know, this child of worldly exile, of the purpose of this city centre park? How can you or I propose a better Ireland, a safer shelter in the quiet meadow? Here in this Irish world, in the last place where God found us useful, we have a duty to make a nest, not an ill-advised pageant or a national barricade. When the midday sun breaks through, my eyes rest on harp and acorn, on trumpet and bronze hands, on things a family without our history understands.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Thank you very much to all panel partners and speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a time for closing remarks, and we will combine those closing remarks with some thanks words and divide it into 3 parts. I will start, then Dr. Oldřich Tuma will make real closing remarks, and at last speaker Niamh McNamee will close the symposium. Someone, maybe more than one person, says quite obvious sentence that seeing another person as a human is a quite important part of our lives, and I would like to name some human beings behind this symposium, because without those hard work during last 12 months, it wouldn't be possible to meet you together. So, and I will of course say some words about and named the institutions behind the symposium. So, first I would like to thank all participants and all speakers coming here. Thank you for being with us. Then, Glencree Center for Peace and Reconciliation, our main partner and co-organizer of this year symposium, and here Niamh McNamee, Barbara Welsh, Audrey Whitty, Nadej Foley, Rosin McGlone, Pat Hayens, and Amina Mustafa. Thank you. The Embassy of Republic of Poland in Dublin, Her Excellency Anna Sochańska and Agnieszka Skolimowska, and Nicola Sękowska-Moronej. Thank you. Trinity College, Lynn O'Donnelly, Fiona Sullivan, James Kamiskey, Kai Dong, and Hannah Matthew. And Ferte Island, Rahela Haggerty, Office of Public Works, who organized the tour of the Memorial War Gardens, Live Barry, Margaret McGarrick, and the guides Anthony and Maeve. I would like to thank also our photographer Bartosz Frączak and AV production and live broadcast company Eventstream. Without their work, it wouldn't be possible to make a high-level streaming from our symposium. Wojciech Sadowski, Grzegorz Staszek, and Dawid Makiel. And last but not least, I would like to thank the ENRS team, and here the Deputy Director Iga Raczyńska, Symposium coordinators Mariana Imska and Antoni Wiśniewski, and all other colleagues, Agnieszka Mazur-Olczak, Urszula Bijoś, Marek Dąbkowski, Anna Wachowiak, Beata Tomczyk, Małgorzata Fezet-Czyżewska, Maciej Kidawa, Magdalena Strąg, Michał Machalski, Beata Drzazga, Antoni Zakrzewski, Maria Sadownik, Agnieszka Kucharska i Wojciech Pazik. Thank you very much once more for your work, and thank you to all of you. For being with us. And now I would like to ask Dr. Oldřich Tuma from the Institute of Contemporary History of the Czech Academy of Sciences in Prague and an observer member of the ENRS Academic Council. Dr. Tuma will make some final remarks, and after him, Niamh McNamee will close the symposium.
Thank you, Rafał. It's always my pleasure and honor to do anything within the activities of ENRS, and I really appreciate your long-term effort and what you did for history and mutual understanding in Europe and so on. So I would also like to thank to you and your staff and all people you have mentioned before for this magnificent event. I think those were long 3 days, and you deserve short and brief concluding remarks. But on the other hand, it was a very ambitious conference. If you look in the program and introductory remarks to any panel, there were a list of very important topics and interesting questions we were expected to deal with. And of course, we didn't answer all those questions. Maybe we opened more new ones. But still, we approached at least some important points, and we can work with this in future. So I will briefly summarize or comment some of them. So the most important thing is, I think that the reconciliation is not only desirable, it is possible. But it needs time and it needs effort. It doesn't happen by itself. So for instance, some points, there is no common definition of reconciliation, but perhaps more important is the process itself than the goal in itself. When we discussed the mistakes of the previous peacemaking processes, the importance of having a clear agenda for reconciliation was established, and it's clear that it's the case. There is no one pattern or no one roadmap, general roadmap to use for reconciliation processes, because these are highly context dependent and very different in different cases. I guess we can say that European reconciliation, or Europe within Europe, were closely interconnected with the process of European integration and facilitated. So integration facilitated the reconciliation, and reconciliation perhaps facilitated and will facilitate the integration. In many cases, reconciliation starts from below through grassroots initiatives and through the work or activities of intellectuals, artists, and sportsmen, and we could hear a lot about that in this last panel. Even sport, I'm sure that Nelson Mandela knew what he was speaking about when speaking about the role of sport in possible reconciliation. On the other hand, I have to say that sometimes sport is a field for revenge, and it's in a way a continuation of politics with other means. It comes to my mind the 20 years of ice hockey games between Czechoslovakia and Soviet Union, 70s and 80s. It was always for Czechs and Slovaks something like the proxy battles to revenge occupation of the country in 1968 and so on. But still, so activists and individuals and intellectuals, but still the role of the state and its structures is important, and sometimes gestures by the statesman, and who would not remind Willy Brandt on his knees in front of monument of Warsaw Ghetto Uprising more than 50 years ago, but I think that really played a great role in Polish-German reconciliation. When we discuss the tools and practices that foster, accelerate reconciliation, those who practitioners in it, emphasized the effectiveness of exchange programs and highlighted the power of personal experience with the other and the role of emotions in the process of peace building. Young people are very important in the reconciliation processes, and sometimes reconciliation comes in the next generation or after generations, but still it is still very, very important. We spoke about objective truth as a precondition for reconciliation, but I would be a bit skeptical as a historian. I would say there is nothing like an objective truth in history, so perhaps yes, in regards to facts, but context, importance, relations are matter of historical interpretation, and there could be different interpretation, but still we can from different sides to come to reconciliation. There was an issue of possible reconciliation between victims and perpetrators. I think it's not the question. I think crimes and perpetrators are matter of justice, and only then reconciliation, perhaps. At the beginning of the conference, Rafał Rogulski said that the reconciliation needs common goals and interests from both sides, which is definitely true and important. But I think also both sides should treat each other as equals. And we know that still, I would say, in spite of all your effort, there is still many stereotypes and prejudices, among others, in Europe. I'm not speaking only about West, East, East, but generally among neighbors and so on. So there is still a lot of things to do in that respect. We also spoke about education, and I think someone said that education is not that important. I think education is important. Information is important. Markus Meckel mentioned the case of expulsion of Germans from Czechoslovakia and the fact that the Czechs and Slovaks perhaps didn't know anything about that during the communist time, which was not exactly like this, but definitely information is important. And if you look on Czech historical textbooks, and I think Polish case will be similar, so this is completely different picture of the past 10, 30 and 40 and so on years ago. So maybe I could mention some other points, but we are a bit late. So I would say that usually someone who speaks at the end of the conference is expected to say something optimistic. I'm afraid we are not in that situation. Of course, I'm speaking about what most of you have addressed, and especially during the first panel today, the war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But imagine during the last 3 days we spent in our discussion in this very pleasant environment of Trinity College. Hundreds, if not thousands of people were killed in Ukraine, and maybe in terms of geography it's far away from here, but in fact it's not far from us, it's very close. It's very close to us. And in a way this is, yeah, of course this is a clear violation of international law. It's a crime against humanity. It's a great humanitarian tragedy. It also opens in a way new dimension for our thinking. It provides us historians, political scientists and so on with new and I would say recently still unexpected perspective. So those issues we dealt with here, issues of memory, mutual understanding, reconciliation and so on, were always topic for our research, but we dealt with events and consequences of events which took place relatively long time ago. So yeah, of course there was a war in former Yugoslavia and the troubles in Northern Ireland and so on, but usually we spoke or thought about the Second World War and so on, so 2-3 generations ago, and suddenly the Russian aggression against Ukraine opened for us new perspective. Now we face the situation which didn't happen years ago, but now and unfortunately will develop also in the future. And it's hard to imagine how the the way for reconciliation between Ukrainians and Russians could be in the future. So definitely very long and very, very problematic. So I can't end my short remarks but by expressing my hope that before, or let's hope long before, we will meet next year in Madrid, this stupid and criminal war will end, and that this war will end in a proper way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful few days we've had here together. At Glencree, as we approach our 50th anniversary, we're deeply committed to sharing the learning of conflict, reconciliation and peace building. That includes not only sharing our own experience from Ireland, but also learning from others around the world and challenging our own thinking. By understanding our past, sharing our human experiences and the tools we've learned to both prevent and resolve conflict, we stand the best chance, I think, of preventing the possibility of making the same mistakes again in the future. While most of us can accept the senselessness of war, perhaps we can honour those who have lost their lives and those who live with a terrible legacy of violence by committing our energy to reconciliation and working on our relationships with one another. It is a responsibility we are proud to share with you all. And your being here at this conference, taking the time out to engage in these discussions is testament to that commitment. So I thank you for that. With this in mind, I want to thank you all, the speakers, the moderators, each and every delegate who joined us over the past few days to contribute to such a wonderful and rich conversation. At Glencree, we're passionate about interactive dialogue, and we've been so impressed by the level of engagement and generous contributions of all those who took part in the sessions. I want to thank our wonderful partners, ENRS, for inviting us to be part of this great event. You've been such a pleasure to work with, and I wish to commend Rafal for his exceptionally professional and committed team. I particularly want to mention Maria, Anthony, and Anna, who've just been a joy to work with. I have no doubt that this is just the start. I have no doubt that this is just the start of a wonderful working relationship and undoubtedly some lasting friendships, so thank you. I would also like to thank the governments who support ENRS and invest in this important initiative. I look forward to watching this grow as more European nations commit to investing in this important initiative. My special thanks to our dear friends in the Polish Embassy in Ireland, Excellencies Anna and Agnieszka, for your proactive support and your genuine friendship. Lastly, I would like to thank the Glencree team, particularly the wonderful Nadette Foley, whose diligence, creativity and commitment made this wonderful, productive partnership possible. Thank you, Nadette. She'll kill me for embarrassing her. Finally, I hope you've all enjoyed your time in Dublin and indeed in Glencree. For those of you who ventured out into the wilds of Wicklow Mountains yesterday afternoon, thank you for such a wonderful exchange of ideas and experiences. I think many of us were sorry it had to end. It's been our great pleasure to have you all here in Ireland, and I hope that if you ever come back to visit our lovely little island, that you will look us up. You'll always be welcome in Glencree. So I wish you all a very safe and pleasant journey home. Slán Abhaile.